Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the 8th round of the Norway Chess 2024. This is your host Sagar Shah and welcome to a big day of chess we have on our hands right now. It is Praggnanandhaa taking on Magnus Carlsen. Very excited for this one, guys. I hope you are as well. How is everyone in the chat? Guys, let's get it rolling. So, one second. Guys, I hope that you can hear me well, and it is very interesting to see how this has transpired. And also today is Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk. So e4, e5 by Praggnanandhaa. Pragg is black today. Magnus is white. Knight f3, knight c6. Bishop comes to b5. Guys, what's the name of this opening? Everyone's today in election mode. Yes, guys, election हो गया खत्म. अब हम देखेंगे chess. Now we see the real chess on the board. Yes, Bishop b5, Rui Lopez a6. Magnus goes back. Knight comes out. Castles. Praggnanandhaa goes and takes the pawn on e4. Open Rui Lopez. d4. b5 is played here. Bishop to b3. d5. d takes e6. Guys, all mainline theory. Yes, this is hanging. अभी बच्चा है तो कैसे बच्चा है guys? First question to everyone in the chat. Let's see if you all are ready with the answer. What to play here in this position? Black to move. Ooh. Let's see if you guys are alert and you know the theory. कितने लोगों को थियरी पता है? And we have MB, cool centrist, acoustian, Vishwa, Ramanathan, Abhimanyu, Srihari, Kaustub, Anish, Rinto. Guys, well done. Well done. This is the right answer. Fantastic job here. So, Bishop e6 played. Now, played Queen e2. Oh, Queen e2. Guys, Queen e2 बहुत ही surprising, very surprising move. Because one of the main moves here is Knight d2. The other possibility is c3. There's also Bishop e3 if I'm not mistaken. But he goes Queen e2, Magnus. Pragg goes out with his bishop. Magnus plays his rook right opposite here. The queen. Magnus castles. And now there is a very special move that white often plays in such positions, which is to play c4. And play continues, takes and takes. And I think there is a lot of theory here. But he goes for the move c3. And in this position, the main idea is to put the bishop back on this diagonal. Knight comes in here. And Magnus has played c3 and Praggnanandhaa is in thought. भाई करे तो करे क्या, कुछ नया खेल. This is something different. What would you play, guys, here? Chat में what is going on, guys? I can't understand if this is my chat or if some other chat. अपना ही कुछ स्टोरी चल रहा है चैट के अंदर. So bishop c5 definitely looks like a great suggestion. All those who said bishop c5, you should maybe this position interesting. But there's also some other possibilities that we are looking at. Oh, and Praggnanandhaa plays the move f5. Bhai, Praggnanandhaa cements the knight in the center of the board. I think he'll take en passant. Bishop takes. Oh, guys, I was thinking if we can do this. No, it doesn't work. I was thinking of this move. Very curious move. Queen takes knight, pawn takes, check, intermezzo. King goes here, take. And actually, in the ensuing position after knight fd2, it feels like white has two pieces for a rook. But unfortunately, all the pieces are terribly positioned. So, chalega nahi dosto. This won't work. Okay. Manish English Gaming says, I thought of f5 bhai. Arre, very good Manish bhai. But right now, Magnus has done this. What will Magnus play now is the question. I'm just sort of getting into the groove of the game. What about, I'm feeling a little bit shaky on this diagonal. Yes, Magnus plays knight bd2. What to play? Guys, what is the only move that Praggnanandhaa can play now? Let's see how many of you are alert. Black to play. Nice. Mahesh Dawani, Telegram Chess, Diganchal Chakrabarti, Abhishek Kumar, Vignesh Gupta, Senthil, Cool Centrist, Aman Singh, Jai Mahakal. Well done. The move here is knight to c5. That's the only move that you have. And Pragg plays it. Because see, any other move was a blunder. If you took here, queen takes e6, intermediate check and then picking up the knight. If you didn't do anything, he was anyway taking this. Trouble. So, knight c5, fantastic move, hitting the bishop, defending the bishop. Magnus quickly plays the bishop back. Magnus is very well prepared. And guys, Magnus is also threatening now b4 perhaps. So that the knight has to move and then this bishop is hanging. Abhimanyu ji keh rahe, what about rook e8? Nice, Abhimanyu, I like your move a lot. Rook e8. Putting the rook here. And then queen, I was thinking if queen can somehow come here and threaten mate, but the knight is protecting. Oh, what happened to Arjun Erigaisi's game today? Guys, Arjun is on fire in general. Like, he's one of the fastest developing players out there. Arjun Erigaisi. Uh, I don't know what happened in his game. Have to figure out. I was just trying to see if we can have the standings up. We cannot find the standings also. What about Queen D7, says Vinith. Here, Queen D7, Vinith. Looks interesting. Very interesting. In fact, very logical. You want to bring your rook here. But Queen, he played rook E8. It's on the board. I subscribed, but the number remained the same, says Ajay Kumar. Ajay Kumar, look at this now. It'll grow. Sometimes it updates all together. So right now we have 16 lakh 51,582, and can we aim at 16 lakh 51,600? 18 people. Can you subscribe here? By the way, the game, that position that we have reached in this game is very, very interesting from the perspective of imbalances. There are 3 pawns here for white, 2 for black. Pawn structure wise, it's slightly imbalanced. Also, a lot of piece activity. Black has all the pieces developed. White is slightly lesser developed. Queen is awkwardly placed. Bishop could come here. I was wondering, let's say if you play the move knight f, what will you play? Knight f1, knight b3. Let's say you play knight b3. And then he goes bishop to g4. Attacking here. What's the logical move for white? 1 by 1, close to 1.7 million, Sagar sir. Arey dosto, dhire dhire. Step by step. Always. Can we say black has the space advantage, says Sakar Chess Ambarnath? Kind of, because of this pawn. But I would say the king is slightly weak because of one pawn missing in front of it. You know, looks a little soft there. Adarsh Saraswat, you say queen d3. Adarsh bhai, you will lose the queen. Kaidi Yusuf. Kaidi Yusuf, I like your move. Gnana Kumar, Telegram Chess. Very good. Bishop e3 looks like the correct move. Very correct. Very correct. So, right now, I think Magnus can just play this move, and then wherever this goes, you block it with your bishop. That seems like the ideal way to continue. So right now, Pranay says, is bishop f5 good? Bishop f5 also an interesting move, Pranay. Same thing. Here, you take the bishop. I take here. Maybe you want to take on b3. I think I might take with the pawn, but also taking with the queen is fine. And now there's some pressure here, you know. Don't like it. Let's say if I have to play a little bit passively, knight e7. You can already sense that this is looking good for white. These are the kinds of positions one is very scared of playing against Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus is one of the best players when it comes to small advantages. You know, he doesn't leave it. Yes, black needs light squared bishop in such positions. So for the time being, I feel like here the position is interesting, but the game can get very complex. Let's see what Magnus will play. It's the first move that he's begun thinking. I think he's already thinking for 5 minutes. Let's go to Caruana versus Ding Liren. What a position, guys. Ding Liren today coming all out. Or maybe it's Caruana who's saying, I want to win. Queen. Oh, b6. This move is generally not played. Yeah, they play queen c8. Because b6 is weakening the light squares. Okay, you have the light squared bishop, but it's outside here. So h3, bishop g7, g4. So he's playing quite aggressively. Bishop c8, trying to put the bishop back. e4, h5, g5, knight goes back. Bishop e3, castles. And this is the position. So castles and Caruana seems to be doing pretty okay here because he said that, you know, my king is safe. You can't break in here. I have the structure this way. But Ding is saying, like, look at my pawn structure. It's really, really powerful. But at the same time, these are the positions you need to create if you want to play for a win. Caruana wants to play for a win and he has created a mess on the board. And now it will be interesting to see how Ding Liren responds to it because, okay, let's say, for example, you maybe put your bishop on g2. That seems like a logical move. I was thinking that maybe strike in the center with e5, d5, knight could jump here, then the bishop, knight could come here, bishop could come out. It's a complex position, and that is exactly what Caruana wants, a full blooded fight. Avinaba says, should Ding long castle? It could be an idea. It could be an idea that Ding could long castle here. We'll see. Let's quickly go to Nakamura versus Firouzja. Firouzja Nakamura. We have the Italian game here. Knight b8, a5, bishop g4, knight h4. Wow. Alireza Firouzja being very, very creative. Also Nakamura playing creatively, putting his knight back from c6 to b8 in order to maybe come to d7 later. And this is the position. Creative mode, yes. So all games today in fighting mode because we are in round 8 of the tournament. Already there is a lot of action that is going on. So it will be interesting to see how things pan out. So I think right now, if we look at the standings that we have in the tournament, and I want to just show this out to all of you here. Magnus is leading the tournament with 13 points out of 21. Hikaru is on 12 and half, just half a point behind. Pragg is on 11. Firouzja is on 9 and half. And Caruana is on 7 and half. So Ding is on 3 and half. I don't know why 18. He should also be out of 21. So if Magnus 13, if today Pragg beats Magnus, he becomes the leader if Hikaru loses to Firouzja. So a lot of ups and downs in this thing. Also, let's quickly have a look at what is going on in the women's section, who's leading with whom, so that we know how important the round is. So we have Anna Muzychuk, who's leading this tournament right now. She's played a fantastic event until now. So this is Anna Muzychuk here. and she's on 12. Ju Wenjun is on 11.5 and Vaishali is on 10. So Vaishali is playing Anna Muzychuk today. So that's the reason why if Vaishali manages to beat Anna, she would get into the lead. But then Ju Wenjun has to, she's playing Pia Cramling. So that's another game. Let's have a look at, and Humpy, by the way, after her win, has moved up. So if Humpy manages to win all the 3 remaining rounds, then she becomes, I think she would win the tournament because every classical win is 3 points, which is a lot of points. So let's go and check the game of Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk. The game started off with d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop f4. Guys, you know this opening, yes? This is the Jobawa London. And by the way, we have a very, very special person joining us.
Wow, you know magic, Sagar. That's awesome. And why is there so much light? Off kar do. You're there to spread the brightness.
It's like you came with a lot of brightness, Amruta, in the life of everyone.
I thought you were spreading that. So iske liye. Hello, Telegram's chess.
Bishop f5.
London system. London कब लेके जा रहे हो सागर?
जोबावा लंदन.
अच्छा. वो ठीक है, पर तुम लंदन कब लेके जा रहे हो?
Maybe Global Chess League, Amruta.
Yes, and yes, everyone is remembering CEO Sagar.
Arey Amruta, you are now specs. Now you are wearing jacket, full CEO look.
इसे ब्लेजर कहते हैं, जैकेट नहीं. पहले समझो बात को. Let's look at the games. That's more important.
Vaishali made a very, very interesting decision here. Instead of taking with the queen, which is fine, she took with the pawn.
Has she played this before? Why does it feel like that?
She might have. But also she's controlling the e4 square now.
Yeah.
And the rook can come here and put pressure.
Nice. Yeah, it's very rare that we see c takes d3.
Yeah.
Dhruv says, I live in London. Is Global Chess League going to happen in London? Dhruv, what's up important? You should say, I live in London. Please come to my place. Visit us.
Yes.
Eat Indian food. बस वहाँ पे full stop होना है. बराबर है ना?
You will come or what?
That's another thing.
By the way, guys, on the screen we can see that we have crossed Amruta 16,51,000 subscribers.
Oh, your goal for this tournament was 16,50,000. अब क्या करोगे?
I thought it was for the previous tournament, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was for this one.
This one, yesterday only you said.
Yeah, I thought so. Maybe it's done.
Yeah, but I hope you don't have the same goal now because...
No, I was thinking, Amruta, there was Help Chess. When we started the tournament, we were at 1,303 or 1,302 believers.
Okay.
Then we had, in the first 3-4 days, 4-5 believers. So we reached 1,305. Then we got 64 believers day before yesterday.
When I slept well. I think the point is I should sleep soon.
Yes, we reached 1369. Then we got yesterday 19 believers, which is amazing. 1388. Wow. So we are 12 away from hitting 1400. Guys, helpchess.org
That's a good goal.
Is our website to contribute for budding chess talents. It's ATG registered. Also, it's CSR enabled charitable trust. So if any of you want to contribute, all of that money will go to budding talents of Indian chess. So this way, Amruta, this is a very interesting position between Vaishali and Anna. We'll quickly check what is happening with Ju Wenjun and Pia Cramling. Just opening position, very, f3, knight f4, g4. This is typical way of playing. Let's see if the game develops that way. And we have Humpy taking on Tingjie. And yeah, this is an interesting opening as well, where Humpy went knight d7. Maybe it was her prep.
Oh, Humpy is black.
Yes, Humpy is black. And it seems again some very interesting pawn structure. 4-2 versus 3-3.
Yeah, I like it that Humpy has the queen side majority. Towards the end game, it would be nice, but Li Tingjie, a very strong player.
Yeah.
You know, Humpy in the second half of the tournament, she's very unpredictable. That's the thing.
Yes, she's generally picking up pace during the second half.
Yeah.
So let's see if this time she manages to win, because she beat Vaishali yesterday and now she's playing against Le Tingjie. Let's go to the game of Praggnanandhaa versus
Let's
Magnus.
go there. Lone Wolf writes a comment. My mom runs an NGO for specially abled children and adults. Would CBI like to do an event with them?
Yeah, if you could just contact us, in the link in the description, we have our contact details. Then would love to sort of figure out how we can do things with you. I think it's always nice if we could spread chess together.
Okay, have you put a poll?
Oh no.
ऐसे कैसे सागर? जल्दी जल्दी पोल डाल दो. We edit Sagar bhai, your predictions for Norway Chess or today's round, because that's a difficult one. You know, the hardest tournament is this one to predict, because in the classical win you get 3 points.
Yes, that's a lot of points.
But imagine, even if there is no Armageddon and generally only they have 3 points,
Yeah.
that's also pretty cool. I think draw should be given 0 points and maybe a loss should be given 1 point. That's how, if you want to get eradicated draws. It's interesting, Sagar. We'll try to experiment and organize such a
Guys, ये बात का कोई sense है?
sense
What?
है ना, draw नहीं. Look, when you play a game,
Hmm.
it's spectators are also there. Now, if we are talking about chess becoming a spectator sport, a draw within 30 moves, within 40 moves is not a spectator sport, right? So you lose a point, you get 0.
Right. Okay. So
सेंस
knight
तो है ना,
f1.
बाद में डिस्कस करेंगे, बट सेंस है कि नहीं, है कि नहीं? That's it. Okay, let's go guys. Let me vote first.
So I was wondering if bishop g4, bishop e3, and here a very interesting move comes up, which is, because this is not really threatened, so there's a very good move that black has. Can you find it, black to play? Guys, let's go. Well, we have many of you who's answered d4. I'm a bit surprised with this move, frankly speaking, because this is a pin, but it's a very interesting move which you guys have made, because you're taking advantage of this pin. So well done, guys. But d4 is not the most accurate move that I was looking for. The most accurate move that I was looking for is knight e5. So congratulations to Omansh Arunachalam, Yash, Life, Lakshay, Diganchal, Rakesh, Poonam, and Priyanshu. It's knight e5, pinning here and winning material. So fantastic job there. Coming back, Amruta, knight f1 if played here in the game.
There is no still bishop g4.
Yeah, bishop g4, bishop e3 is met with knight e5.
95.
And here's the small little tactic that after take, you go check and you win the queen. So
Maybe not bishop e3. You want to get the queen
Yeah.
out of the pin, but
maybe knight e3, Amruta.
Still, there is a pin, but you can't play knight e5. That's important because of knight g4.
Yes, and that is at least a small edge here for white because now I can just move the queen and I have the two bishops very nicely positioned here on these two diagonals.
True. So then for knight e3, we have to find a move for Praggnanandhaa if Magnus goes knight e3.
Yeah, this seems like a very interesting moment, like queen d7, trying to bring the rook in.
I would really consider a doubling on the E file, Sagar, not on the D file. It's a little hard. But I would also consider moves like B4, which looks so tempting for Pragg. Seems like you're attacking that structure. No, 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 no.
Ah, b4.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Yes.
True.
Attacking that structure.
But also, Amruta, bishop g4 is not a must here. You can also play bishop f5. You can also play some other moves. So there are a lot
Can
of
you play B4 here? Start attacking that structure. C3, B2. Usually you would call that a granite.
Ah, you're saying
B4.
directly. Oh, nice.
Before you look at other moves, we should look at B4, Sagar.
Yes. I was thinking, what about c4? You have d4.
I just thought that after B4 you will figure out the rest.
Yeah, this is just tremendous. Yeah, beautiful pawn structure for black. So maybe here it's a great move that Amruta has
But
suggested.
the engine doesn't like it. And can the chat find good moves for white? You are an IM, Sagar.
Yeah, it's just a thought. Like I'm attacking your knight.
Knight E4. Oh, that's a pin. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
take, and the queen would hang.
And I don't have. Oh, that's a good move. So queen D6. Let's go queen D6. Or even queen E7 for that matter. I'm not sure. Yes, bishop g4 is there, people are asking. Instead of queen e7, because then they are pinning. So your threat is stopped.
True.
But h3, simple.
Yeah, and if bishop h5, knight g3, right?
Hmm.
And then you're getting pushed back, which is not ideal. So
Yeah.
after take, you're already feeling like this position. Maybe the bishop can try and attack this pawn.
Correct. Asim Khan says knight d7 with the idea of knight b6. At which point was it instead of b4? Knight d7 instead of... maybe here. After bishop e3, he says. I understand. So b4, because the knight is attacked, you go back with the idea of knight b6.
Yeah, and Amrita, this move b4 does create some weaknesses, like this square. So maybe our bishop can jump here. It's a little bit weird, weakening move here.
When I look at this move, bishop a4,
Yeah.
somehow it reminds me of a game in Candidates. With our champion Gookie.
Against?
Alireza. Where he was in slight trouble, and then when the rook was on e8, he got this bishop to a4.
Uh-huh.
So that's what it reminds me. So that's good one. Okay, so not b4, but what are people saying in the chat?
Well, apart from b4, I think Pragg has some other possibilities. Putting the bishop here on f5, unleashing an attack on the queen is one.
Wow, Pranay also remembers. Gukesh versus Alireza, exactly. Amrita reads my mind.
What have you ordered?
In the month of summer, I had ice cream only once.
Ice cream you ordered?
So I just thought that आज Pragg versus Magnus, सब लोग क्रिकेट देखते हैं, पॉपकॉर्न, पिज्जा एंड व्हाट नॉट, तो एक आइसक्रीम तो खा ही सकते हैं. Pragg versus Magnus देखते देखते मजा करेंगे सागर. गाइस, तुम लोगों ने समर मंथ में बहुत सारा आइसक्रीम खाया रहेगा, तो प्लीज तुम लोग मत मंगाओ, तुम लोग सिर्फ हमें एंजॉय करो. Mayur says Siren Amrita. JSK. I don't know what JSK is, but from Canada. Nice. Maybe you would have met the whole like that park में वो जो get together था. Maybe you would have gone there. I want to go rook b8, says Hari. Then push the queen side pawns. Is that a good idea? after knight f1. You want to go rook b8 with the idea of this. Pretty decent, because while we were looking at ideas with bishop e3 attacking the knight, finally you have to go queen e7. So the question would be, in general, there are many strategic decisions. Like if you want to go rook d8 in the future, then you may not go rook b8. So then your move order would be different. You might consider moving the queen. If you want to go b4 in the future or not, if there are any other plans, I would say this position is very rich for Pragg in terms of thinking and ideating. You know, ऐसा position brainstorming के लिए perfect है. This is like that position when after 12th you are like brainstorming with your friends, यार science लूँ, commerce लूँ, no maybe after 10, science लूँ, commerce लूँ, printing engineering करूँ, chess खेलूँ, क्या करूँ, stand up comedian, पता नहीं, but finally
अमृता
हाँ बोल तू.
Ah!
सॉरी पैर में लग गया ना, देख के चलो ना. तो
आइसक्रीम.
ये जोक था.
आइसक्रीम.
आइसक्रीम थोड़ा जोर से चिल्लाने का था, मजा आता था. दैट्स नाइस, गुड जोक सागर. मेरे को हार्ट अटैक नहीं आया. We both are eating ice cream and then we both go silent on the stream.
Yeah. No, but Amruta, also Pragg is silent. He's not making his move. Pragg.
No, I love the position, Sagar. And there are so many, like everyone is giving ideas. Average chess player says, पहले तो average chess player है, मैं इसका comment पढ़ूँ क्या? Okay, I think b4 is fine, because after that bishop g4 h3, bishop h5 knight g3.
B4?
b4, maybe he wants to say bishop e3. Bishop g4 h3, bishop h5 knight g3, bishop f7, cb4 knight. cb4 नहीं मारेगा ना? cb4 knight b4. I mean the position is nice only for black. It's not bad.
No, but let's say I put my bishop here. What do you do? Because if you play a move like g6, already yeah, it's a little bit weird here. This entire position.
Very different position, na Sagar? No, Samay Raina got hurt here. Absolutely not. Do we dare to hurt him?
Amruta, there are crackers being burst. They think that Pragg has already won. Not really, guys. It's still going on.
I don't think they can hear it. The crackers. d4 now is the question by Harsh Raj. यहाँ पे, like with this rook, with this knight, and with this guy, d4, maybe he has some ideas like these. But 3 attackers, so let's first variation would be knight takes d4.
Yeah, also
मैं बोली थी ना.
No, d4, if pawn takes, then bishop g4. That's a nice move. Because now if bishop e3, we have knight takes. Very insane lines, you know, like take, queen takes, no? No, knight takes. How do we continue?
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Okay, let's go to the main position again and firstly understand the imbalances. Simply. What is the main imbalance of the position? Chat. What do you think?
Pawn structure.
अरे तू chat है क्या? हाँ? तू IM है. तुझे chat पसंद है. Let the chat answer, Sagar. Yes says me also eating ice cream. क्या बात है? Mayur says, Sagar, first time I hit 2000 plus rating in almost 10 years of playing on leeches. Your visit to Canada helped.
अरे क्या नाम?
Mayur Acharya.
Congrats, Mayur ji. Pragg played bishop f7.
Wow, we didn't consider this move at all.
Very nice move. Very nice. Okay.
people were suggesting many other moves. But guys, let's now get back here. So after bishop f7, firstly bishop e3 or knight e3. Let's go bishop e3 because it's a developing move and you might have that attack on c5. So all the time you have to be a little careful about LPDO.
The main thing is with this bishop, he defends the pawn and also opens the rook. And you need to sort of block this like this bishop e3 or knight e3 because if you move your queen to d2, it feels a little bit wrong. Everything blocked in. So bishop e3 very likely, but now it's no real threat to take the knight because the queen would be hanging. So how can you create more play here as black? I was just wondering, Amrita.
So for white, what are the good moves? One is knight g3, which he would like to have in the future. One is, if the knight is on g3, he doesn't have to worry about any pins here. But this pin is irritating. So he would really like to get the queen away to d2 or something like this. Might be slow, but at some point. For that, where do we want our pieces? Where do you want the rook? On d8, on e8, on b8? Do you want to break this? And these are the decisions. I think Pragg has 1 hour 27 minutes.
Yeah.
And I believe he would be taking time to make such decisions.
Yeah.
Bishop h5.
No, bishop h5
Chat is
I don't
suggesting.
like. Because bishop h5 I thought just knight g3. And we haven't gained anything.
Yeah, for bishop g4,
Also,
wapas h3.
Amrita, don't forget that there is always this tactical sequence. Take, king takes, and check.
कौन सा tactic है? Knight g5 you want to say?
Actually, I wanted to give a check, and if king moves, then take the knight.
Bishop g6.
But bishop
Counter-attack.
g6 or knight e4 also, and black is winning.
So what if not
Hey,
take knight g5 क्या हो रहा है?
Yeah, knight g5 check. And if you take, I have queen takes h5 check followed by bishop takes c5. So you must go king g6.
Wow. King on g6 against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, this is very complex because after this check, knight e4.
Let's ask one question to the chat, please. Can you clear the chat moves?
Sure.
You got it, no?
I'm sure you will play king h6 or something.
So go back one more.
It's typical Amruta move.
If black goes king h6, it's an important theme in Greek gift saga. They should know this. It should be revised. Mind में एक stamp होना चाहिए इसका. White to play. What will you do?
There are two ways to checkmate Amruta, and the chat has found both of them. Knight f7 is mate in one because of the double check, and queen h7 is also right. So
Yeah.
we have very good participation.
22 plus how many people? 19.
26 plus
Almost
19, yeah.
40 to 50 people are finding it. Checkmate in one पे सारे जाते
Oh, he played bishop e3. Actually, Amruta, here's an interesting moment. If we play knight a4,
I thought the interesting moment is that ice cream is over, so you will get more.
so b2 and c3 is under pressure. And if you
Bishop a4?
take, it's a good development for black because now your very important bishop is gone. Even though I have ruined my structure, that is something I'm happy about because next move I'm threatening a3 to open up this bishop. And if you play a3 on your own,
B2 forever is a weakness.
b2 is weak, correct, here. And also, knight a5 to c4 is weak. But you know what Pragg did? He did not go with his knight on this
Oh,
side.
he already played?
He went with his knight in the center of the board.
Wow. So he still has the spinning ideas because if the bishop moves, then there are threats like knight takes c3. which white will have to be careful.
And also, Amruta, sometimes bishop takes c3, pawn takes c3, knight takes c3 with a fork.
Right.
So that's also in the air.
And also b4 becomes stronger, Sagar, now. Because c3 pe itna jyada pressure.
Yeah.
So knight g3 is natural, but still I don't know if you want to take the knight on e4.
I was thinking if we go queen e7.
Like it. He'll go knight d4.
Oh, but queen e7, I'm a bit worried of knight knight d4 is also there, knight f5 is also there.
Knight f5, I like it. But queen e6?
And also, Amruta, take, and knight d2. And this position also seems very good for white because this pawn now becomes slightly weakened.
I would not be able to assess this so well because bishop g6 feels like that e4 pawn is blocking all your play. Knight e5, it looks so tempting for black, practically. He's Magnus Carlsen.
Can I ask the chat for a good move here, white to play, guys? Typical move here, what would you play? Not at all easy to find, but in such positions, now that you have some attack here, it's time to create another front. What do you do? Create another front. Ganpati Hegde g4 I don't like at all. No, this is not good. Shilpi Agrawal. Telegram Chess. Adish. Yash Kataria. A4 Amruta. It's a classy move.
This is one of the thing, guys. All those who are about 2000 rated, when you know the right time to take this break, A4, something which will you will know your level has increased. Because it's always a very time sensitive break, a committal break. So yeah, that's that kind of a break. Pavan says, Sagar bhai, my cousin is 15 and he wants to start chess. What is your suggestion for him? Improving your chess series, maybe chess ranga, maybe my Soviet chess primer, maybe not sure. तारे जमीन पर जैसे तुम.
Yeah.
What?
Some good suggestions you give.
No, you give, Sagar.
No, I'm right now not in that zone of giving, guys.
Okay.
Please, I will give in some time. I'm just thinking about this position a bit more. Sorry about that.
Yes, no problem. Whenever you feel like, but yes, mastering skills, obviously analyzing games from top players does help your chess. For sure. Dipanshu wants the board color to be changed, but Dipanshu, this is our color. This is our color which we use, and we like it. And there is another color. Color is very subjective, so let's not get attached with it for now. Knight e4. So what is the best move for Magnus? Is it knight g3 for him to continue?
I feel knight g3 is the most human way to play. There are also other h3, another move. Then maybe going back to d2, but I don't.
Can I go knight d4, or this time it is a mistake because I cannot take with the bishop?
Yeah, no, this would be too dangerous. So
let's move the queen away.
So if you take with the bishop, I have knight takes attacking here. So you take back, but then I don't think you gain much, no?
No, I don't like that. Actually, may not be true. Rook c1.
Yeah, but I can already, Amruta, push here.
If you get c5, then...
Because when you take here, I think I can go and snatch the b2 pawn.
Why not? Because knight c3 is also a very solid threat.
Yeah, and if you take on e4, I can take the rook. And if you play rook b1, knight c3 is possible, but also just come back because now this is a threat.
Correct.
And by the way, knight g3 is on the board. Magnus Carlsen has played this move.
Actually, I really love the position which they've got on the board. So Pragg versus Magnus. This is very different.
Yes.
What we are looking at. New plans, new ideas. Sagar, are you getting more?
No. Okay. Should I get?
No.
Some for me?
No. Later. So it would be... It would be amazing to analyze this. What are your suggestions? We have looked at knight takes g3. We have looked at some other ideas as well. But what is chat suggesting for Praggnanandhaa here? Black to play. Musib says watching from Egypt. Oh, that is amazing. Sagar did visit Africa a while ago, and it was the first time he entered the African soil. Your suggestions are knight g3, taking the knight here. Bishop g6 is another suggestion. Queen e7, I like that because it's a developing move, which we were looking at. It was about the assessment here. What about bc3, knight c3, queen d3? Acha, you want to, if you give, right now, if you try to give double two pieces, it's not going to work because after queen d3, when you take here, let me ask a move, white to play.
Too easy.
White to play. You know, there will be some people who are there any beginners in the chat or no beginners? Accordingly, we will make sure to ask questions. Yes, this one is Queen h7 check. You have an intermezzo. Another thing which we have been talking about. Intermezzos. The more you see that, you should be sure that your level is increasing. So this is not happening. What
And after king
Pragg
f8,
played was knight g3.
what do you play?
I would love to. Should I say? Two move checkmate. No, not two move checkmate. Bishop c5, rook e7, queen h8, bishop g8.
And I can also play knight
But I'll
e7.
anyway knight f5 and everything.
Yes, excellent move. Forced mate. No one can protect this pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
So
Pragg
knight
took,
g3.
Amruta, Pragg took.
Very quickly he took. H takes g3. Once again, a position for us to think. Let's think.
I'm not a big fan of this knight on c6. I think it needs to change its place. Like, how about knight a5 to c4?
First, I would still see b4. Then I need to find a way to reject it. And then I would also look at knight a5. But b4 के लिए क्या हो रहा
b4 is, I think, a positional error. Let's ask the chat why.
है? Ooh.
And only one move, he refutes it. Guys, we already spoke about it.
Nice. Okay. Good one.
And
Sagar.
yes, Amruta, I saw it.
Very smart. You're very smart. Sentil says I calculated so many things and I still missed knight f5. Playing chess for more than 30 years but still a beginner, says Grace. Nice. You just enjoy watching chess.
And by the way, guys, very good job done by all of you here. Omansh, Yash, Shobha, Ashish, Abhishek, Kela, Venom, Adarsh, Ishan and Naveen. Bishop a4, pinning the knight here.
We have Red Alert who says watching from Rajdhani Express. नेट स्लो चल रहा है पर मजा आ रहा है.
अरे मजा
बाप
आ
रे,
गया.
राजधानी फास्ट चल रही है ना, और क्या. So yeah, Rajdhani is like, we have so many memories. We traveled together to Delhi in the very, very initial years.
Rajdhani was great fun.
Lot of fun.
Also,
I mean, it was when it was new.
Traveling in Rajdhani was an experience in itself.
Yeah.
You could eat well, sleep well.
I know. Because before that, in general, we used to travel in normal. Like, our chess journeys would be more like there is no ticket, everything is full, month of May, tournaments would happen. Literally, you put a towel on the floor of the train and you sleep on that because you want to reach the destination.
Yeah. I mean, I have not put towel, shawl generally, but...
I mean, whatever. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Basically, you have to sleep down. Yeah, because you get REC and all of that. Okay, but Phil says Filito says watching from Slovakia. Love the good fellows from Chess
Guys,
with
guys,
India. That is
guys,
amazing. Slovakia is a place I really want to go.
guys. This is attacked, but okay, it's defended. But suppose you go c6. Why is this a blunder?
Really, it is a
Why to
blunder.
play? Yeah. Let's see how many of you. I want 50 of you to answer, guys. Pachas.
Okay, got it, got it, got it. Code Quick says I am with rating of 2382. I am learning from you.
How much?
That's 2382. Online रहेगा.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
And we have Amrut. I was expecting 50 answers. Do you think we would get it? 39. Not bad. Kavish. Samhita. Gopal Krishnan, Little Chess, Ishan, Yash, Hari, Chess Dragon, Ruchir, and top heroes. So bishop takes h7, king h7, and queen takes f7. White is better. So 95.
Superb.
Amruta, 95 has been taken by Magnus. He's moving quickly. Huh? He's putting pressure on Pragg. Rook e5 also is possible.
But you know, eventually, what is going to matter a lot is that Pragg's king has 2 pawns in front of him.
Yeah.
And White's king, Magnus's king, has 3 pawns. So the shelter for Magnus's king is pretty good. And Pragg's bishop on f7 might really land up in this, what should I do with my life situation. So it's going to be a little difficult.
You can always trade it for the other guy, but then
not-
it spoils the
Exactly.
structure.
And then until it is on f7, if there is a blockader on d4,
Well, I was thinking, Amruta, queen can come here, and then we can put our bishop here. So, for example, let's say if you play queen f6, f3,
yeah,
I was thinking we can just offer a trade.
queen f6, yeah.
Yes.
But I won't trade. I will go queen g4 now. But then what's the point of queen f3?
Yeah. So
no queen
Amruta,
f3. Reject queen
there
f3.
is a very good idea here again, which we have been
Let's
talking
ask
about.
the chat.
Yeah, it's that same idea. A4.
If a4 is the best idea, Magnus will find it. It's
It's
completely
maybe not the best. It's just interesting because you are trying to hit away at this structure. I go c6.
or rook b. Okay, c6. a5, let it be challenged. ab forced.
You must take, because if you take here, this pawn becomes weak and isolated.
It's crying there in the center.
So take, rook takes, queen takes. Now the queen is slightly sidelined. So I was thinking if we could go like queen f3 with the idea of bishop h7. And now I go bishop g6.
No. That doubled pawn.
Just think about this position. Now, it feels like black is worse because of these pawns, and let's say queen g4 really attacks here. But also at the same time, there is like I can go king h7, and you really don't have a way to
f3,
win
king
it.
f2 and rook h1.
Yes, it might be that you...
Queen a2. Maybe I'm slow.
Yeah, you're slow. Also,
What?
I can take.
e3 is hanging. I forgot about that tactic.
No, threatening.
Completely.
But there's no mate, Amruta. So even if like I take here, check, I can always... You will just win this
Queen
pawn.
g6 ही idea था.
Yeah, but...
Can't give so
But
much.
this is not going to end in a checkmate because my king is safe.
True. ज़्यादा कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है.
Yeah.
इतना मेहनत के बाद.
Oh, Dhaval says I can't remember the notations. One of the ideas which I gave to some people, and I think I haven't spoken much on stream about it, so maybe you can think, is try to make one board into 4 quadrants. Like this
You've
in your
spoken
head.
once in this.
Yes, this is something that we learned from our relative. Her name is Meghna. She suggested this to us because she has 2 little kids. So here what you can remember is this is
Quadrant 1.
quadrant 1. You can maybe do this side. So the quadrant 1 starts from A to D and 1 to 4. So let's say if this, it's in quadrant 1, so it's AB B3 here. While this is E to H and 1 to 4. This is A to D and 5, 6, 7, 8. And here it is E to H and 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I put here, you know that it is A to D and 6. So B6, F6. Like that, you can make the board into 4 smaller boards. I don't know if it makes sense, guys. By the way, Fabiano is striking back with the space Amruta against Ding. It's a complicated game, and I think I like how Caruana is fighting back here on space, and it.
Because when you look at first glance, it looks great for Ding.
So, yeah, I mean, it looks great, but the king is safe because
And Caruana has been calculating very well, defending very well. Yesterday, Alireza's game was so complex.
But he
But
lost.
I thought, no. I mean, that classical game was
In
a
the
draw.
Armageddon, he lost.
But he could have tried the classical game. Actually, he was the one who would be at a more positive this thing.
And also, guys, do like the stream. We are.
Nikhil Roshan, long time.
Thank you, Nikhil Roshan ji. And also, we have Keyur. Hello, Keyur. And Keyur is a stand-up comedian, and whenever his name is taken, everyone laughs. So that's already a success for him as a stand-up comedian. Amruta, look at this, what Hikaru did. So Alireza is like trying to come with his knight in here, threatening here. You see? Creating all this messy stuff. So Hikaru now pushes, take, and blocks. And he says that I've given up one pawn, but now look at your queen and bishop just eyeing absolutely nothing. And your knight also weirdly placed.
What a pawn sacrifice, yeah? I
beautiful,
mean, can
no?
you go to that moment of d5?
No, also let's look at it from this point onwards.
Okay.
Because Firouzja is putting pressure here. He goes queen a2. I'm not even sure exactly.
Preparation 1 hour 56 minutes, Sagar. It's candidates.
Yeah, candidates prep. And now this knight h4 is a great move.
Because there is no knight e4, kya? Knight g6.
Yeah, that's a good question. Because here, if take, then bishop takes. So knight g6, attacking the rook. And once you save the rook, I'll take on f7. This is also hanging. So knight h4, d5.
Wow.
Take, bishop d6.
Wow. You know, in Merogzu bind, sometimes this happens. The idea of going d5, you give up a pawn and then the bishop goes to d6 with the queen on c7 and something like this. So it's very interesting that what Nakamura has done. Nakamura is playing really amazing in this event.
Yeah.
It seems like it is his event.
Even when it is someone's event, Magnus only wins. But this time, who knows?
Yeah, totally.
That's why a lot of people are banking on Pragg to kind of stun Magnus. But I think knight d2 is a normal move here, Amruta. Knight d7. You come back with your knight. And it looks like this pawn sack is completely with full compensation. Bring your queen in, knight coming in. Looks
Yeah,
good.
and especially against players like Alireza who really want to do something. You know, it's more of psychology as well.
Yes.
They don't want that pawn on d5. Like, if you give them a chance, he would love to pick it up and place it somewhere else. So what do you do now? You want to open up.
Well, some things you can't do much about. So here, maybe h3, takes. And okay, this one, I think this is how the game could continue. That black is going to play and then white has to be careful. And if he manages to stay calm and without any trouble, then the extra pawn might count.
And maybe, I don't know if at all it could be a possibility, but two ideas would be there. One is bishop a3, trying to exchange this bishop. Though it looks like it's a it's not an active bishop, but at some point it would become very dangerous. And the second one is maybe giving up this pawn, Sagar, to b6. Because look at the pawn, c takes b6 on this open file would be extremely weak. And then bishop e5. No,
Yeah.
not interested?
No,
No
it's
good
great.
idea, Sagar.
No, it's good. But Amruta, we had our first help chess believer today, Rohan DS.
Believer.
Given 100 rupees. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank
Bye.
you, Rohan. Yeah, first one, no? 1389th. Awesome.
Oh, and look at Magnus's move, Amruta.
Gadi
A4.
He plays a4. Yeah, he's not going to miss such moves. Gadi shuru ho gayi hai, Sagar. Help chess. Thank you all. Also, our subscribers right now 16,51,845.
Fantastic.
Varun says, I just recently started watching live chess. First time since Norway Chess tournament. Your live stream helps me to understand who is doing good at any time. Thank you, Varun. But where were you during candidates?
C6 played, Amruta. C6 played. Amruta is like that person who, when someone compliments, she finds the flaw in the compliment and asks, but what about this? Like, this is a very common compliment that
No,
people
it's
give.
not a flaw, Sagar.
आज-
I was very
आज
curious.
खाना अच्छा बना है, तो then they will say,
कल नहीं था?
कल अच्छा नहीं था क्या? Like
नहीं,
that.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है,
So
Sagar.
maybe you are also
ऐसा
like,
कभी बोला है क्या मैंने? तुम कभी खाना बना?
नहीं, तुमको नहीं ऐसे generally.
Okay, but Sagar, we need to go to
Vaishali.
one second. Ding mistake. Ding's game.
Ting, 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 ting.
Pawan says, I never realized 1 million is 10 lakhs.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
it's a
very possible
life-changing
to
moment.
forget.
It's a life-changing moment when you get to know that. And actually, for a long time, I did not understand what million is, $1 million is. People would say, "Oh, he got $10 million." But then I devised a very simple way of doing it, maybe useful for all of you. Just multiply it by 8 or whatever is the dollar rate. Let's say if it is 80, then 8. If it is 85, then 8.5, and put crores. So let's say if someone
How is it simple?
got $1 million, so then it's 8 crores. If they got $10 million, then it's 80 crores. Just like that.
But you also had told something about there are either 9 zeros or 6 zeros. So 1 million has how many zeros?
Yeah, 6.
6 zeros, right? And 9 zeros are for 1 billion. Correct?
1 billion is 100 crores.
Stream पे नहीं
So
पूछना चाहिए
100
था.
crores is 1 crore has 7. So yeah, 9.
Correct?
9. 1 billion has 9 zeros.
Awesome. कभी काम आने नहीं वाला है, but just पता रहेगा तो अच्छा है. Okay. So let's go, Sagar.
So B
Yeah,
takes
1 million is 1,000 crores, says Pawan. B takes c4.
Yeah.
You take B takes c4. No, not bishop takes c4. Or
could
you
also
want
be
to-
nice, I think, to develop a piece. Or you can also play B takes. This also looks pretty good.
Oh, computer doesn't like it, but it's fine.
Yeah.
So Vaishali, let's go to Vaishali. Sagar, come on, let's
Vaishali. But I will go. So after this move, bishop d6, Vaishali played her bishop right into the center of the board. Black castled. Knight g4, forcing the trade. Knight comes in. Queen goes back.
A7, C7, all of that looks a little weak. You know the common thing today? Vaishali is playing the women's leader and Pragg is playing the open section leader.
Nice.
So if both of them manage to beat the leaders, they would be leader beaters.
They would be the leaders. Could be. By the way, Amruta, I have one simple question here for you and the chat. What
you.
is a very good way to create play for white here, guys? White to play. Let's see how many of you are able to understand this way of creating play here. Yes, I was very, very sure that they would all say e4 many of them, and this is what everyone's saying. Amrita, look at this. Look at the number of people who are saying e4. It's insane.
Baapre.
But
But that's not
it's
the
not a
point.
good move because e4, uh, take. I mean, it's a decent move. It's not at all bad, but there is something else which I wanted to focus on.
Is it knight a4?
Yes, knight to a4. Because now,
Hey.
guys, if you see, you can never play b6 to stop knight c5 because your knight is hanging. And otherwise, the knight will just sit on c5 and put pressure on these pawns. So it's a very, very typical idea. All those who have, let's say, knight d7 now, I can still play take and rook takes, and then bring the other rook, put pressure here, maybe knight e5, maybe another knight maneuver.
You are so happy with that c2 guy being on d3.
Yes,
Such a help.
half open file, correct. Oh, e4 directly played, Amrita.
Because it's the most natural move. It feels like you
But
getting the
Vaishali
control of
is
the center.
just
Really
very
natural.
aggressive.
So e4 on the board. I think it's slightly good news for Anna. Slightly, very slightly. Oh, by the way, did Pragg play? Did Praggnanandhaa make his move?
Yeah, we can go back. For the time being, it seems like Humpy has pinned the knight here. But after take, spoiling the structure, king h1.
Knight g6.
Yeah, by the way, rook d8 doesn't help so much because of knight d5.
And if c6, knight f6 check.
Yeah.
Still your d4 is king g7, knight h5 check.
Also,
It's
Amrita,
important to understand.
this is hanging like queen. So you have to move the queen.
Queen f8.
Yeah. And check.
And then you release your queen. Because if king g7, you have another check on h5.
Yes.
And if king h6, it's like getting lost in some jungles.
Yeah, you will get mated here. Queen
Correct.
c1 check.
King h5. Do we have a checkmate in one? No, f4 check.
f4, knight g4. Just luring the king forward. h3 might also just do the job. And this is winning. Okay, so by the way, Humpy has to tread carefully here.
Rohan DS, thank you for your contribution for the first time.
Thank you, Rohan bhai. And also,
And he
guys,
also was on help chess. So yeah, the same guy.
oh, today Rohan is on fire. Amruta,
Yes, first super chat of the day. Yeah, what do you want to show, Sagar?
can I ask for a small favor from our chat today?
Absolutely.
Okay, guys, here's a small favor that I want. Not a favor, but it's interesting. I'm suggesting you could decide against it or we have a new channel.
Okay.
It's called Games Channel. And we are at 398 subscribers. If you can help us to reach 500, that would be epic. I've pinned the message there. And it's a channel where there are games which don't make it to the main channel, but it's over there. In case it's a nice content, it'll keep growing there. So if you can subscribe there and help us reach 500 subs, that would be amazing.
Bhavani says, hi Sagar sir, I've learned a lot of chess. I'm 10 years old.
Oh,
So cute. Very nice. Bhavani, go to Chess Ranga and there is more to learn because you will also get some points over there. Check it out. Can we go to Magnus's games?
I really like Amrita
quickly?
Ju Wenjun, what she has done. F3 and G4. We discussed this.
This opening
And then she
ideas.
put her queen here. So,
Typical ideas.
what? 500 reached?
No. How can it be done? Oh yeah, 540 subscribers, Sagar.
Wow.
It is crazy. This is so cool, guys. Thank you so much.
543. Unbelievable. Guys,
How
thank
much
you.
were we at? Aditya Sur Roy says yeah, epic guys. Aditya, packing ho gaya kya? You wanna travel soon?
Wow. Guys, this channel is going
Matter of
to
minutes.
become quite a big one. We feel it.
मेरा और समय का गेम आ सकता है उधर?
If you guys play well, then on main channel, otherwise on
हाँ, हम
games channel.
if we make blunders on games channel. Okay, done then.
And Amruta, going back to Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus, you will see that after a4, c6, Magnus has this ability to keep the tension. He just moves the queen away and he says to Pragg, I don't know if I'll take now or not. I'm just keeping the tension because you can never take. If you take, then your pawn is weak. So this is a tension in my favor. I guess Pragg may want to Amruta move the queen away like queen f6.
Sir, ask me some questions, me and the chat. Or I'll ask you some questions.
Oh, I can. Let me ask.
Yeah. I really am in a mood to improve my chess
Mm-hmm.
so that I am not on games channel. Okay, kidding. जब आएगा तो पूछ लो क्वेश्चन, ऐसा कोई जरूरत नहीं है.
Yeah, right now it doesn't feel like there is much happening here.
It's like two friends meeting after a long time, but you don't feel like क्या चल रहा है, कैसा है, you know, it's like
Yeah.
ठीक है यार, थोड़ा बिजी हूँ, बाद में बात करते हैं, है ना?
No, I don't feel like that also.
साहिर, कहाँ हो तुम? In which zone are you?
Siddharth Nahar says that's disrespectful to players on games channel. Okay. I think it's more like, you have to have limit on the content that comes on one channel. So it's not disrespectful, it's just planning. Like we could have put everything on our main channel, but that doesn't get views. So we thought we would develop another channel where it's possible. And there was so much material that we've taken that often doesn't make it anywhere. It's in our hard disks or in our drive. It's just lying there. And we thought it would be nice to put it out. There's so many players who play, and so
People tell us एक चैनल पे एवरीडे 10 वीडियो डाल रहे हो, हम लोग कैसे देखेंगे? हमने बोला दूसरा चैनल है, उस पे भी 10 वीडियो डालेंगे और इस पे 10. अभी देख लो. प्रॉब्लम सॉर्टेड. Okay, we have got 600 subscribers there, so thank you every 100 के लिए. Thank you.
We had just an aim for 500 today. You made it 600. That's very, very kind of you guys. Thank you so much. That's just wonderful, and we'll make sure to put up good content there. And big shout out to Ravindra ji, who is part of our team, a very inspiring personality for us, who is right now 57 years old.
Yeah, at some point we will have his story.
Yes,
That
we
would
hope
be
to put up
interesting. We
his
can keep
story.
it a little-
His son is very talented boy Anirudh, who is 2300 plus player FIDE, and also he was working as a tailor before, but now he's become a part of ChessBase India team as an editor, and he does some brilliant work. And Games Channel is something that he uh, really is pushing forward with his work. So we are very glad that you guys have subscribed to it, and you will find some very interesting games there.
Amazing.
Queen d2. Amruta, queen c7 is what I wanted to play. Queen f6. I just don't like the queen here. So I wanted to connect the rook somehow. So I was thinking here, move the queen here, move the queen here, where to move the queen.
Queen c7 looks unnatural because it feels like there is nothing on g3. So queen f6, what you said, you can resonate with it much easily.
Yeah, this
So what
looks
is the
a nice
problem?
one. This looks nice. I think it's a good one.
Are you one question, Sagar, over here? Bishop, I would consider two moves. One is bishop g5 and one is bishop d4.
Bishop d4 I don't like, Amruta, because I can take. And if you take with this pawn.
Dark square. Look at your light squares. I mean, the pawn on the light square.
Yes, I agree. But also this pawn becomes weak. It's isolated.
You can't attack it.
So maybe you want to take with the queen also, perhaps.
No, I
No,
didn't want to. But is
because if you
it good?
take no, it's not that great. I thought because I have
Yeah, you will get
rook
some
e2,
play maybe.
then I can bring the rook here. Kanishk Varshney says that what amount of donation one becomes a big believer at 50,000 plus to become a big believer on Help Chess. Samyak Srivastav says my heart really wants Ding to win today, but I think Samyak it's going to be very tough for Ding to win, especially with the position that is there on the board. It's so complicated. Uh, and also, I think Caruana just got the kind of position that he wanted, just to keep playing unconventional. Knight has an outpost.
Yeah, somehow the rhythm has been like towards the end, Ding is not able to calculate, and once the players get to know that, it becomes tougher and tougher.
Yeah, and by the way, Amruta, look at what Hikaru, after this sacrifice, f3 was played. He went back bishop c8, g3 to make a square for the knight to come back. Otherwise, it could get trapped. Bishop h3, knight g2 is on the board. And already it feels like black is the one who's going to press today. Here,
Knight
Hikaru.
d7, knight c5. Yeah, the c5 square looks beautiful for the black knight.
Yeah.
His pieces are very good. Why is white's knight on b1, bishop on c1? Why are they not developing? क्या चल रहा है? क्या कर रहे
You
हैं
have
सब
the
लोग?
extra pawn, Amruta. So now I can develop. Come here.
And then I go knight c5.
Knight, what is knight doing here? No threat. I can maybe come here.
Yeah, threatless move, yeah. So what is the plan? For black, he has to fight knight h5.
Yes.
Knight h5 with the idea of f5.
F4.
Then the queen is gonna jump at
Yeah.
to g5 at some point without the disco, of course.
Yes.
Like it, like it. Okay, so Nakamura is going to
Have good chances.
for
today.
sure. Going to Pragg's game because I think over
No
here
move has
queen
been
d2, queen f6. We forgot to analyze the move bishop g5, Sagar.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. कहाँ जाओगे queen को
Queen-
लेके?
E6 maybe.
Queen e6. And can I go rook e? Can I change the
Oh, how about queen
character of the
d6,
game?
Amruta? Queen d6. Because I didn't like queen coming there, but
Yeah.
there's no way to take advantage of it.
Okay, I don't need to. I just go rook e1
Yeah.
now. Are you going to? You don't have any doubling ideas?
No,
because of
I
this
don't
bishop?
have that.
If you play h6, it's such a big commitment with this light square.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't want to do that, right?
No, I want to play bishop g6 and trade, but it also doesn't work because after bishop takes bishop, queen takes AB, AB, rook 8. rook
This was a
8
good
and
question for
E5 was
you
hanging.
to ask the chat, but okay, this is not happening. So going back to the position, खेलेगा क्या यार? मतलब for queen
No, also
d2,
queen f6, I don't think he'll play. Maybe he'll do something else.
32 minutes lesser than Magnus Carlsen for
Yeah.
Praggnanandhaa. And position is slight initiative for white. So that is a big pressure. Last game, Magnus remembers. Will he come to the board, Sagar, with the thought of, I want to take revenge? Or will he come that, what would be his mindset
I think
according
he
to
would
you?
just come to the board with the thought that let me just play a good game today. I'm white. I'm leading the tournament. I just shouldn't play bad. And I think if he plays well, he should be able to do well against Pragg. And that's the main thought with which Magnus comes to the game.
Yeah, maybe. Makes sense. We have a super chat, by the way. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, सागर भाई अगर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इंडिया में हुआ तो प्लीज जल्दी वीडियो बना के बताना. एडवांस टिकट बुक करवानी है इस बार, सामने से देखना है.
Yes, yes.
अगर इंडिया में हुआ and if let's say we want, like the aim is that everybody who wants to see the match is able to see, then how many tickets you think, like how huge should be the hall? Then I think a stadium, no? Maybe
Yeah, I think
Wankhede Stadium can be a
maybe
good
that's
idea.
too much, but maybe 5,000 people in one day is a good number, I feel, that can get filled.
But only one day, na?
No, every day I was saying.
5,000.
Yeah.
Okay. ठीक है यहाँ के we have 2,200 people. If all of you are going to come to
Amrita, I'll just join in a bit.
For sure. Lalit Artwork, thank you. Oh, 10 o'clock. Lalit Artwork, thank you so much. अरे रक्षित सिंह कहाँ थे आप? किधर से वापस आ रहे हो? Are we hitting 1,400 believers today? Who knows? We already are at 1,389 believers and we are also reaching 16,51,973 subscribers, very close to 52,000 subscribers, which is an amazing number. Thanks to all of you. IIT मद्रास से वापस आया कल. इतने जल्दी तेरा IIT हो गया? क्या बात है रक्षित. Congratulations. Queen d6 has been played by Praggnanandhaa and we were looking at Queen f6 first. For Bishop g5 we were looking at Queen d6, guys, but a direct Queen d6, and Magnus is thinking how to continue. What are your suggestions for Magnus Carlsen? ये स्पेक्स में, अरे कल मैंने स्पेक्स पहना रक्षित, सबने CEO बोला तो मैंने बोला ठीक है थोड़ा टाइम के लिए. Bishop, what's the move? Bishop g5 is suggested without even the queen on f6. Bishop f4. Okay, exchanging this bishop. That looks like interesting. b4. b4. You guys don't mind c3 becoming such a backward pawn on that diagonal? Interesting. Wait a second. Yeah, so basically, bishop, I think these are the moves if we want to look at. Bishop f4 as one idea. Looks like a pretty decent move, guys. It's not a blunder. We'll look into it in more detail. b4 I don't really like much, but computer says, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. So, great suggestion. And your basic idea is to fix the pawns on the dark squares, on the light squares. Also to get the square for your bishop. So, that is the idea. b4, f4, queen d3. You want to check over here with queen h7, but this gives an opportunity to black for one move, which is the move for queen d3. Why is queen d3 not a good idea? Not sure, Sanish, why your stream is lagging, but it should be okay. Yes, bishop g6. Well done. As soon as you get this opportunity, you go bishop g6. You're very happy to exchange this bishop. Remember this. If black gets a successful exchange of this light square bishops, then he's very happy because eventually his king is not as weak. Then his pawns here 4 versus 3 has a possibility to become a pass pawn. Because of this reason, white should make sure to take care of the c2 bishop. One move which is interesting, which the computer also suggests, has anybody suggested? Not many actually, nobody actually, or maybe one or two. Bishop f5. Now this move I find a little bit of a tough move because why do you go bishop f5? What is your idea over here? And yes, Magnus has not gone bishop f5. Magnus just played his last move, rook e1. But bishop f5 is something which is a little tough move to understand. And the idea of this move, I would tell you. it's insane. I don't think it is possible to find on the board unless these there used to be these long games earlier, classics, adjournment, which meant that there is no chess clock and they would think and find some insane plans and maneuvering. So the plan would be, one of the main idea would be that to go to g4 and to go to f3 and to look at these guys c6 and d5, so that you might be able to take this break. Crazy, completely crazy. So we're not expected to go something like this. Magnus plays rook e1. Rook e1, like we were considering the rook to be on e1 on this open file. I like it. Constantly, black has to be alert for such threats of deflection for the e5 bishop. For now, the queen defends this. But Pragg down to 59 minutes, and Magnus has made sure that his last move, he's not taken too much of time. He's not taken too much of time. So, if Pragg takes a lot of time here, he might really run into some pressure of the time gap. So rook e1 on the board. Let's see what Pragg is going to do. What are your suggestions? Very quickly, and then we'll see other games as well. Hari says, damn, I suggested bishop f5 because I was out of ideas, but computer finds that bishop reroute. Yeah, it's हाँ केवल सुना सकते हो, अच्छा लगा तो ही पढ़ूंगी. Bishop g6 is the move everyone's suggesting, because we were looking at this exchange over here, and what white should essentially do is to not exchange. Should avoid the exchange. This is another way to come bishop d1, bishop f3. What else? Bishop d3 के अलावा, bishop g6 के अलावा. Queen f6 now doesn't make sense because you've gone queen d6, so what's the point of queen f6 here, right? ज़्यादा easy नहीं है ना to get the moves in mind. The one idea which is also very natural is rook a d8, where you bring the rook on d file. You get out of this AB and rook 8. But by doing so, you are also ready at some point to allow the rook to enter 7th rank. And that does seem a little bit intimidating. May not again be the easy decision, or you will really need to calculate so well that you're sure that you don't have to fear the rook on 7th rank. With rook a d8, you add another idea on the board where d4 is the move which constantly needs to be alert for white. Also, the ideas with b4, I'm not sure. Only if they tactically work, then these are some threats or counterplay which black will look at. So rook e1 on the board. Magnus Carlsen saying to Praggnanandhaa, man, I'm putting pressure on you. What are you going to do today? Can you beat me? Let's see. Going to Ding Liren's game, e5 has been played by Caruana. All those who are absolute beginners in the stream, I don't know if anybody is, but if you are, what is the en passant move? All those absolute beginners in the stream, what is the en passant move over here? Which is actually said in French, en passant. Okay. Not your problem, Keur, but I have no idea about politics. So I don't know what I would be reading. Hence, I wouldn't be. But chat can check your comment. Yes, d5 to e6 does seem like you are a beginner, and I like that you tried it. D takes e6 is the en passant, guys. When the pawn is pushed 5th rank, here you can see you can take this pawn. D takes e6. So this is one possibility white can go for. He can capture the pawn, and in fact that's something which he would start thinking about. creates a square over here. And if f takes e6, threatening the rook is open over here, rook on f8, then for white to continue with the king on g7, a little weak, these pieces not developed. His king is, oops, this is by mistake, this king is in the center. Very difficult position to assess. In fact, Ding would be better in such a scenario, but that too, once again, if you look at the computer evaluation. On another note, it does feel like for black, the rook being open, the king in the center, the knight keeping pressure over here, the bishop going to develop on b7. All these factors taken that white cannot long castle, he will have to short castle over here. Taking everything in the picture, I would seriously consider practically easier for black to play. So e5 on the board. E5 on the board. We'll come back over here. We'll come back over here again. Nakamura, in the meantime, after knight g2 has gone knight bd7, simple development. Alireza goes bishop e3. And Nakamura now finds this classy move knight h4, very much ready to go f5. There is no disco here at all because there is nothing to go with the c pawn. Everything is kind of, this pawn is making this bishop stuck, this bishop is making this pawn stuck. So maybe, can I try to just see and go bishop b3, or is it going to be too slow? f5. Let's say I go c4 with the threat of c5. What is the move black can play over here? Black to play. Black to play here. DJ Anwar says Hikaru fan here. Whoa, kya baat hai? Does anyone in the chat has the same interest as Alireza? Chess and fashion designing. Chat is strong. We have got Sundar, Santosh, FRC, Bhakta, Parikshit, Salik, Mehekdweep, Mitesh, Swagger and Madhav Arora finding the right move f4. You just don't have to worry about c5 because if there is c5, oh, c5, there is knight c5 right now. I completely missed that. It's too slow. But if you go bishop f2, then there is fg3, and for hg3, you will, can I go queen g5? Looks very tempting. Yeah, queen g5. This is under attack. This is attacked. Lots of threats. So if f4, it looks so crushing that white cannot get slow. Now you understand the power of f5, f4. White needs to defend that threat. How does he do that? Any suggestions? Because I want to see if the moves you guys are suggesting, are they decent moves or are they blunders? देखते तो है white to play. How would you defend here? Got it. Not after c5. Keur says, why did the vampire bishop not cross the road? Because of the light squares. I like that, Keur. What's the move? g4 is one of the threat. g4, f4. Oh, everyone wants to play g4. But with g4, you have committed the f4 square. Okay. So you don't mind if the knight jumps to f4 because you're like, okay, at least there is no f5, f4. And after knight f4, you can't take this because there is bishop f1. So knight on g2 is hanging, which means you will have to take this forced. E takes f4, and this is one possibility that you can enter into where black will have a doubled pawn, but the bishop on h3 cannot be attacked, otherwise it would be trapped and black would be ready to strike the g4 point with h5. You don't like it, but this is something. Oh, g4 has been played by Alireza because it's a tough situation. Ooh, he played it. What about another suggestion of you guys, which was f4? After knight h5, f4 was suggested by you guys. And if e takes f4, g takes f4 over here. The problem was you have isolated your pawn. With this pin, your knight couldn't have taken. So you've isolated the pawn and black gets rook on e1, keeping an attack here with the threat of bishop g2, rook e3, knight jumping to f6, g4. Really, what are these pieces doing over here? Crazy. So g4, a tough situation, very tough situation it was, and for white we couldn't really find the best move so easily. That's the reason g4 was played by Alireza, and remove pin the rook, just move the rook. That's another suggestion. So if you try to move the rook to f2, f5, yeah, decent. You still have to figure out what to do with f4, but here the computer suggests a move which I really love. I was looking at it, b6, give up the pawn, material extra hai, material de do, free yourself, free yourself of that loan. So g4 खेला गया है. Computer's best move was bringing his queen to e2, so that if f5 was played, then the queen is not on a2 doing nothing. You develop your knight to d2, and now if f4 has been played, you still do nothing, go bishop f2, because this time your f3 is protected. And in the same scenario, while we were looking earlier when the queen was coming here attacking g3, the f3 is defended and the knight jumps to e4. So this is how white could have started regrouping his pieces, because the main compensation for the pawn on d5 is white's pieces are not in sync, they are completely uncoordinated. That's the thing which Alireza should have started doing, but it was a tough position to understand, and g4 was the most natural reply, which you guys also were suggesting. So we are going to look at knight f4 by Hikaru. Quickly going back to Praggnanandhaa's game, if he has made the move, yes, he goes bishop g6, wanting to exchange this bishop. Now, if Magnus takes bishop g6, queen g6, Pragg is happy. He's like, I'm really happy. Not just happy, but very happy. So, Magnus is either going to save his bishop to d1, or he could go bishop to b3. Let's see what he goes for, but most natural ways. And we have seen Magnus, even with Caruana, the way he played, very equal positions. He kept playing slow, steady, keeping pressure, finally winning a pawn, entering into a queen endgame, and towards the absolute end, making Caruana in a situation where he has to find the only moves in queen endgame with 10 seconds on the clock, and that's not going to be realistically a possible thing to do against Magnus. So Magnus will keep on playing. He's going to try and see that how to extract 3 points by beating Praggnanandhaa. He's not looking at another Armageddon for sure, where Praggnanandhaa, for him, a draw is going to be okay. That's what is my guess. So let's wait for Magnus's move. He started thinking. Half an hour difference between Pragg and Magnus on the clock. Ding versus Caruana, D takes e6, en passant is on the board. And Caruana is thinking what to take with, whether the pawn, whether the knight, whether the bishop. The most natural looks like developing the bishop to e6, but it also has a choice of giving up on the d5 square. But yeah, your development is pretty fast. But it also has something to decide that you don't get this file for the rook, but you do get another file for your rook on e8. Decisions to be made everywhere. Going to Vaishali's game here. Vaishali, after, where did we leave? e4. Yeah, she had gone e4. केयूर से समय स्विट्जरलैंड में है, वापस आएगा, फिर स्ट्रीम है, हमारा मैच है. इज बिजी राइट नाउ. वाह, देखते हैं कैसे रहेगा, मजा आ जाएगा. केयूर, knight f6 was played, rook e1 by Vaishali, and a6. Black wants to kick this knight away. Keeping the pressure on both these points is not something he wants to sustain. Vaishali goes back, knight c3, rook d8, rook a d1. Very interesting, because you feel like going to c1, but rook d8 had a threat, which was you put indirect pressure on d4, this knight over here, and you are threatening a disco with d takes e4. So rook a d1, defending d4 indirectly. सब indirectly चल रहा है, वो रहता है ना आंखों ही आंखों में इशारा. That's what is happening. And now Anna says, I want to challenge the queen. She goes queen b4. Vaishali takes the queen. Knight takes b4. Kicks the knight away. Knight goes back to c6. And now Vaishali goes knight a4. With the threat of going knight c5. Okay, so we are in an endgame. Two rooks and two knights on the board. A lot of time, so it's not like knights are there, blitz है, बहुत कम time है, fork, blunders, ये सब होने के लिए बहुत time है. 19 moves have been played, so only 21 moves to be made. Let's see where this game is going to. Most probably it might end in a draw and we might have an Armageddon between the leader Anna and Vaishali. So, late Tingjie versus Humpy, we are at this position where after knight a4, queen e7 was played. a3, bishop d6, knight goes to b5, rook d8. You better be careful of the discourse. Knight takes d6, rook takes d6, and the queen goes to e1. Going to the king side, looking at this structure here, you have a nice light square bishop, but it cannot come on this diagonal, whereas black's bishop is going to develop to e6. It could even keep itself on b3 and take away the control of the d file. So things to look at, but the knight might jump to c5. Queen e1 on the board. Late Tingjie has slight pressure because of the open c file there with the ideas of rook c1. But I think the position is very interesting because if black is able to get the rook on time, rook to d8, this bishop is the one who has to decide where it wants to be. Whether bishop d7, bishop c6, whether you want to go f5 ideas, whether if you get knight g6, knight f4 a bind on the dark square. There is something for Humpy, I would say, with 59 minutes on her clock. The position I would call it more towards white has initiative, but Humpy has a lot of play with the knight on the at the edge of the board and the pieces not being very coordinated. There is quite a lot of spice there in the game. Yes, so we will right now, guys. We are having 16 lakh 52,000. We have reached 52,000 subscribers there on the board. Live boards look fine. Yeah, everything's working. Or do I have to refresh? Vaishali's game. I think Vaishali's game is stuck. Let me just quickly refresh that. Yeah, we have it updated now. And for the men's section, yeah, maybe I should refresh that as well. Just so that, yeah, it's also updated now. Knight f4 has been played by Nakamura and Firouzja takes on f4, e takes f4. It's on the board. Bishop e6 taken by Caruana and Ding says short castle. Bus, no tension. His king is safe. Even though the pawn is on g5, there is space here. It is filled with the pieces. So Ding's king is very safe. So the question is that d6 looks isolated. Ding clearly has one of the rook ready to come to d5, keeping an eye on d6. Knight ready to jump on d5. Suddenly the position starts feeling better for white, is it? What if knight c6, rook a d1 or maybe rook f d1? I'm not sure because you can't move the knight. g5 is hanging. If you can't move the knight on f file, what is the rook going to do? Because you can't push the pawn on f4 anyway, though you may not even want to. So then you consider a move rook f to d1 instead of rook a to d1 so that this rook can come to b1 or c1. So rook d1 with threats of e5 in the future, and black would want to move the queen away from the d file to c7. Such a position looks very complex. So question about Ding is more that can he survive? I think we are not even arguing his position and things like that. We are just looking at the fact that can Ding survive here, and we all are very very, yes, I mean with Praggnanandhaa what happened, we all felt very sad for him. So we are hoping that he is able to make a comeback. So let's see here, rooting for Ding for sure. Going to Magnus's game. Queen, oh, Bishop G6. Nice. This looks like a relief. Yeah, even Bar is like tension gaya board se. The C2 bishop somewhere had this pressure, you know, it was like this strict teacher in the class. So yeah, Bishop G6 is a happy thing. Pragg takes, Queen takes G6. And now I am very very confident that this will go into Armageddon. Because of Pragg. Because Magnus is not going to go for a draw, I say jaldi. No chance. What is Armageddon? Armageddon is if the game ends in a draw. In this tournament format, the game they have to play another game with the same colors where white will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes. A draw or a win for black means that black wins the match. That's how it is. We have a super chat by Travel with Nikhil Roshan, which is in Hindi. Okay, so that's a big task. Let's try sometimes. It's difficult to see so much Hindi, but I'll try. ये क्या हुआ कि फिज़ा कुछ बदली सी है. ये क्या हुआ कि फिज़ा कुछ बदली सी है. बातें में तेरी आज कुछ संग दिली सी है. याद आई है हमारी कुछ इस कदर उनको. रुके जज्बातों में शायद कुछ तब्दीली सी है. वाह वाह, Travel with Nikhil Roshan with this shairi. Guys, do like and subscribe to the stream because it's not just chess but a lot of shairi here. Very difficult Hindi. I think there is a lot of Urdu in there and I don't understand it, but I'm sure many of you will be able to. But thank you Nikhil Roshan ji for your support every single time to us. No, Keur, I'm rejecting the joke. Okay, so Bishop D4 played by Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus is saying, "यार सब exchange करते हैं फटाफट." So if Bishop takes D4, Magnus is like, he can take the but why will he isolate? Yeah, he'll be like Queen takes D4. Now next the rooks are challenged. Wait, is Magnus saying let's go into a Queen endgame? Is that what he's trying to say? Okay, let's be realistic. Okay, even if he does that, if Pragg exchanges this rook, one rook is exchanged, another rook is challenged here. Rook takes e8, queen takes e8. Let me ask the chat. If we reach this queen endgame, do you think Magnus has any chance? What is your guess? This queen endgame. Magnus, who is like, if there was a queen endgame world championship, he would be having 3100 rating, whereas everyone else would be at 2700. Yes, draw, yes, draw, no, no, no. Mitesh is like, Magnus will win. Draw, draw, draw. Yes, guys, if this queen endgame will reach, I would definitely want to believe in Pragg's abilities, where the pawns are equal. That too, he has a majority on the queen side. So I would believe that Pragg will be able to draw. Like, there is no way that you can lose here. With especially threats like queen e1, if you know this perpetual queen h5, queen d1 pattern, this one. So a lot of things for white to take care of. So if we reach here, that means in some way we are considering that this game is very soon ending in a draw and we are going to be having very soon an Armageddon. Maza aega. How many of you would love that this classical game goes till the last moment and there is a result? or you would prefer an Armageddon, which also ends in a draw. So, a classical game, a long classical game with a result, or an Armageddon with a draw. Eventually, Pragg will win there. I mean, with that draw. What would be? What would be more exciting for all of you to see? Jasper says Armageddon seems unfair to me. Should be a toss to decide whether one wants 10 minutes white or 7 minutes with black. I would take 7 with black because I only have to draw. But Jasper, because there is a double round robin, they have to play with each other like this. Already Pragg versus Magnus has happened where Pragg was white. And in Armageddon it would be the same color. And now it's again happening. Done with the call.
draw gaya.
अरे क्या बात
हाँ?
है हुआ नहीं है बट हो रहा है with the light squares exchange. It's feeling of relief. Classical. I'm asking you the same question which I asked the chat, Sagar. I asked whether you would what is more exciting for you, whether this game goes till the end and there is a result in classical game, or whether it goes to Armageddon but it ends with a draw. It's
You mean both games end in a draw? Because Armageddon can only happen.
Yeah, correct. But this draw will be early. Like
I feel
what
like
would be more exciting for you?
firstly Pragg has taken the bishop. I think for me personally, this game reaching a result like someone winning would not be exciting because this is dead equal. If someone wins here, which means that someone is going to make a huge blunder.
Yeah, that is exciting always. Any
No.
blender is exciting. No?
No, I don't want even Magnus to lose this position. I don't even want Pragg to lose. I just want to draw here, go into the Armageddon and fight.
So very objective. Very, very objective.
Not objective. I just don't want such, like, look at this.
Yeah,
Rook, 2 rooks, 6 pawns. Why to make someone blunder here?
Correct. So, no, not someone blunder. I was talking about, Magnus, like Queen D4, Rook E1, Rook E1, and Magnus being the 3100 Queen endgames World Champion treated. Does he have any possibility? But this one I said no. Pragg's abilities I completely believe. This is not a position he can mess it up. That one. But if at all that Queen endgame goes into winning for Magnus, that's what we are looking at. Then we all will be shocked, guys. It will be very shocking.
Also, Amruta, here, I was wondering what is the way in which Pragg can cleanly equalize, because there are issues.
Clean equalized.
Queen b6 coming in and putting pressure here. A5 coming in, fixing this weakness.
Let's say you try to play 2-3 moves. I too don't even have engine. I'm not even as
You
strong
are
as
going
Pragg.
to
But
play
even
with
you,
black.
yeah.
Play your move then. It's your move.
अच्छा वो खेला ना Rook E8, Rook E8, Rook E8, Rook E1, Rook E1, Rook E8.
Rook E1, Rook E8.
Correct.
Okay. Nice, Amruta, nice.
नहीं अमृता नहीं है तो वैसे इंजन ने भी बोला तो इसके लिए ये वाला नहीं.
Okay, take.
But खेलो.
Take.
Queen endgame.
Take.
Finally you entered Queen endgame ना.
Yes, I'm feeling like Magnus.
But
Now I want to go here.
okay, your F2 is protected. Fine. Go Queen E1 check.
Check, King H2.
Queen E2.
You want to give check, draw.
अच्छा जानते हो मुझको. जल्दी कर.
Check,
King F7.
check.
King G8. King F8 maybe actually.
Check.
एक सेकेंड. No one is subscribing your channel बोला तो मैं दिखाया बस. क्या हुआ? Which check? अरे तू परपेचुअल देके ड्रॉ कर रहा है क्या? King E7.
I was thinking if I can get my queen here with check, then I would have defended this and stopped this check. So I was just trying that.
So try Queen F6, Queen F5 if you want to go.
Yeah, but it's not a check.
Queen
So
C7, King F8.
check maybe.
King G8.
Yeah. Maybe
King
this.
on G8 is saying basically I don't want to travel international. इधर इंडिया में मैं इधर उधर देख के आया हूँ.
I'm not
उतना ही
very happy with this line. I thought that I have some chances
For
here.
whom you are not happy?
For white. I thought I can go rook. Can I go rook a1, trying to be a little bit tricky? Because I'm keeping the rooks on the board, but I clearly understand
But
that
there is
now
a
you can
mating
enter.
net, you know,
Yeah.
even if you get rook on 7th rank, let's say I do nothing for a while,
Yeah, I understand.
rook is and rook 8, just arrows तो दिखाओ लोगों को
Yeah.
कैसे पता चलेगा. AB rook e8 for the sake of rook e8 rook a7. Now I have rook e1 check. You have queen h4.
Yeah. Somehow, I mean, that's but I do get it that maybe for Pragg the easiest way perhaps is to just take and play rook e8. But I was also wondering if take and a move like queen c2 makes any sense, but actually it does not, because now this centralized queen along
Rook
with
e7.
this rook coming in here and here can get very dangerous.
Correct.
So in a way, I don't want to go into this direction.
So I think Pragg will just has to make it get his rook activated. Queen is placed well. If he accepts that, that is okay. We have
A huge super chat by Tanish Islam, who says full support for our Indian chess from Berlin. Thank you, Tanish. Hope to see champions of the chess world in both women and men's category from India. Jai Hind. Oh, thank you, Tanish. Hi, thank you so much.
first super chat. Nice.
अरे केयूर भाई बोल रहे सागर भाई एक जोक सुनाऊं क्या? अरे केयूर भाई, इरशाद इरशाद.
बहुत ही उम्मीद है तुमको.
I am Advi says, can you give a shout out to Advityam and wish him good luck for his chess career? Advityam, let's go. Your name Advityam. Do you know, Amruta, what Advitya means? Dvitya means
Dual. I
du-
just know
dual,
and
duality.
non-duality.
And Advityam means non-duality. So that means that you have like a single-minded focus and just on chess and you will achieve it.
क्या बात है. सिर्फ नाम से कुछ नहीं होता लेकिन but it definitely helps to direct.
And we have a 1390th believer on helpchess.org. Sumant has contributed 200. Thank you so much, Sumant ji.
क्या बात है.
Kedar says
हाँ.
Advityam means one without a second. Oh, maybe then he will face trouble in candidates tournament.
No seconds. What? Maybe that's a joke. I don't know.
No, the thing is Advityam means one who is always first or something like that.
Amazing, guys. Here we have chess.
Amruta,
and
I have one more way of trying
trapping.
to play for a win after take to play a5. I was thinking, does that help? Because in a way I've fixed this a6 weakness.
Queen e2.
Yes, going after this, right?
Just double thread. D1 and B2 you have to take care of. H6.
D1 is not there, no.
No. I mean, but you have to take care.
H6?
Yes. If I don't make a mistake, then you can't do anything.
Let's play f3. Because my idea is to play g4 and then slowly move my king.
When you go g4, I have queen e1, queen h4.
No, first I'll do king h2. Step by step.
So when you move the queen, basically queen e1, queen c3, right? So let me go queen e1 check anyway.
Check.
Queen e1 check.
King here. And we have 10
we have GD47 who's gifted 10 memberships, and that's being gifted to KU,
Arre, KU bhai, aapko
Srirang,
mil-
Anirudh, Chess Fearless, Sushant, Pahadi, Rutvik, Karwin, and Anshuman.
Wow. Thank you so much to GD47 for gifting 10 memberships. That's amazing. Very kind of you.
क्या हुआ सागर?
Oh, by the way, look at how Pragg is playing. He just took this pawn, Amruta. Pragg didn't say like I want to trade anything. He just took it here.
B takes A4.
Yeah, because you can't take with the rook. Your rook is hanging.
And if you take with the rook to E8,
Yeah, rook e8.
Queen A4 with that of Queen C6,
Oh, queen a4.
then there is maybe Rook E2. Rook E2. Can I go Rook E2?
Rook e2, queen a6. Rook. No,
Hello,
that
na,
might be
rook E2.
dangerous. No, Amruta.
Queen C2 would be lost, no? With Queen C8 and Rook A7. And Queen C6. Oh, that's so nice. So cool. एक बार खेलो ना. Queen C2. Queen C8 check. See, big blunder. King F7.
Yeah, of course. It's
Rook A7.
the way in which you played this. Of course,
Rook A7.
is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, Rook A7.
Also, I can do this, Amruta. This is just finished because
Mate into.
if you take here, then it's check, king g8, and check.
अरे क्या check? Queen C8 is not a mate.
Yeah,
Okay.
checkmate.
Got it. Queen D8 mistake after A. Queen D8 after A5. I was thinking Queen D8 B4, Queen F6, Queen F6.
No, Rakshit, if you play that way, like I think Rakshit's idea was take, here, take, and a5. He says go queen d8, attacking here. But there is already a move queen b6 which you have to contend with because you can't take a b6, I'll make a queen. So it's not the most. And his line was that if you go this way, what is happening after this exchange? And I think he was right here that this majority is much more potent than this one. So black is winning here. But I guess this move is a real pain in the neck. By the way, look at what Pragg has done. After queen takes a4, Pragg has played c5.
Very quickly.
And Amruta, I'm getting a bit worried for
Pragg?
Pragg.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not at all. And also, Sakara says, Sir, my friend at Norway is at the venue as a spectator. Sent some pics.
Maybe Lokesh is his friend.
Is it Lokesh Sakar? Maybe you can also share
Lokesh Natu
with us if at all it is Lokesh. But
or maybe it's someone else.
yeah, if it is somebody else also, it would be nice. Very nice. And you had a joke Keur had sent Sagar for you.
Huh? He sent? Why did the queen marry the king in an arranged marriage? Because it was a forced move. Actually, really not good.
Not good.
I thought Keur just was making those jokes for fun. Yeah, like
No, he did good jokes there.
Good
So it's like a, it's like some moves you make, very good moves. And then some moves you
केवल
make
भाई
very
एक
blunder.
थोड़ा फनी वाला भेजो ना फनी कुछ सच में फनी this was not I didn't find this
There
funny.
was one joke which he sent.
But
which
this was funny?
No, this was wrong, Keur, because it's not forced move. That's the problem. It's factual error. कौन सा अरेंज मैरिज फोर्स्ड होता है ना मतलब तुम भाग सकते हो
Let's not analyze the joke. So, let's analyze the position. By the way, Pragg playing c5.
ओके और दिल पे मत लेना नेक्स्ट जोक भेजना रिकवर कम ऑन
So take, queen takes, maybe queen takes. Rook takes also should be fine because after queen takes pawn, you want to take the queen and go rook e2. But there is a very special move here which I think we can ask our chat. What is it that black can play here? Special move, guys. Amrita, people are asking any comments on today's election. Do you have any comments? You are not saying anything.
I just said that I don't talk politics.
अच्छा, you said it already. क्या
Hmm.
बात है. बिल्कुल ही political answer नहीं था ये. Very direct answer. And we have our chat chess moves here. ओमांश. ओमांश
many
का तो
people
नाम
है.
हमेशा ऊपर ही रहता है. अंकुश, शौमिक, शोभा, अमृत, श्रीहरि, अनिलामा, विश्व, परीक्षित, साई ऋषि. Well done, guys. So rook e8 check, rook e1 check, rook e1, queen a6. Oops, sorry. But the real question is what happens when you play check king h2, and then it's one mate in one. So Amruta, maybe this is what is there on Pragg's mind, that taking here is allows rook to come in. You can't win this pawn, and otherwise he's really happy with his maybe his ability to create a central passer.
Yeah, I think Pragg will easily manage. Is it like underestimating Magnus when I say this?
Uh,
Or
no,
do
not
you think
really.
Magnus
Maybe
will
you
actually
just feel
squeeze
like
this?
you feel like this evaluation you can see which is almost close to equal, and so sometimes that creates a false sense of safety. Like you start feeling maybe it's just a draw, nothing's happening, but then Magnus views his magic or more often than not. And then we are like, oh, what happened? All of a sudden he was completely lost. What just happened? It was a complete draw. What happened? Like that.
Correct.
But Amruta, here's my one thought. Is this move feasible to try and attack here?
Queen d7.
Because if you play queen f7,
Oh, is it already because of maybe rook e8 first?
yeah, but that's not enough.
A6
Because
is lost.
take,
Rook a6.
take, and then, oops, sorry. Then I go check, king h2 and rook here, and then these two
Double
pawns are
attack.
lost.
Okay. So then if that is not the point, what was the point? कुछ pointless दिखा रहे हो क्या?
Maybe I can go rook e d8, defending here, and then this typical Magnus C play where he will then just keep it here. Rooks are not traded. Let's play for another 10, 12, 15, 20 moves. Then slightly
Oh,
more.
then Prague. What is the time situation now? That would matter because
Yeah, Prague
Prague
has
is half
30
an hour
minutes
low, and this is exactly what he did with Caruana also
True,
at
true.
some point of time. So, but I somehow I cannot believe that Magnus that Prague will not be able to defend this, or even if he will, whether he will land under pressure. I think Prague will very smoothly. He might have been playing. Let's say if there is tortoise, slow and steady, चल रहा है. That hare goes आगे निकल गया. But eventually, Prague is going to be very fast.
Okay, Amrita, it's a great story.
And tortoise.
Amrita, Prem Chandar has sent a super chat.
Okay.
He says, you guys are doing an amazing job. Honestly, I started showing interest in watching chess along with my son after discovering your channel. Keep it up.
Oh wow, Prem, thank you so much. How old is your son?
Yeah. By the way, Amrita,
Yeah.
there are many events going on in the world
Yeah,
right
are you
now.
following cricket
Cricket
World
World
Cup?
Cup. There is French Open going on right now also, and there is this Norway Chess. So it's
French
like,
Open tennis, no?
yes.
And there is also some football because at some point at night everyone was telling me about football, and when I mentioned that it's so slow, everyone's running here and there, they were all like attacking me, like there are tactics and you don't get it, and I'm like, okay guys, I will see the match.
Amruta is the unique person in the world who thinks chess is much faster game than football.
What? You also don't think what?
I mean, come on. Football is like a
They're
full,
just running fast.
full spectator.
There is no
friendly.
bowling. Like there is no goal.
No, I'm not saying that chess is less interesting or more, but definitely football is much more visually faster. Things are happening.
If I must say, they're all running like madmen.
That's true in a way. Like if someone, let's say, if an alien comes from another planet and watches like 22 people running around after a
If
ball.
you at least have 4 people team, it makes sense. But यहाँ पे इतने, it's such a huge team. Somebody blocks the goal most of the time.
Yes. Or Amruta, if the alien comes and watches two people sitting like this on the board and there are some small pieces, they would also be very, very surprised. What are they doing? So I don't know if.
No, but look, as a new person, like chess needs that you should know how
But
a
Amrita,
knight
I'm
moves, how
talking
a
about
pawn
an
moves. But in
Indian or.
football,
Yeah.
somebody is running. Like it's no different rule, no. He's running and he's kicking the ball, and that ball has to go enter that goal. कुछ भी मतलब टैक्टिक्स में थोड़ा बहुत ये रहेगा, ऐसे भागा वो वैसे भागा एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, बट रूल तो मतलब अलग से सीखना नहीं है ना मुझे कुछ.
There are some good
Penalty
important
and
rules.
all.
Yeah, offside,
Hmm.
and there are other some rules which you have to follow.
Okay, guys. So,
Also there's a lot of tactical things, Amruta. Like there are attackers, there are midfielders, there are defenders, and then not
तू बड़ा तेरा
everyone.
नॉलेज देखा, कितने मैचेस देखे हैं बोल.
I've not seen too many matches, but I used to play a video like that computer game of football. And that is really very important, Amruta. There you have to plan and strategize and everything.
ओके, बट गली का फुटबॉल
I
खेलने को
really
मजा
liked,
आता
by
है.
the way, I really
Let's
liked
go.
one player. It's there in my head. Like, I don't follow football so much, but there is this one goalkeeper that I fell in love with. Germany's goalkeeper. His name is Oliver Kahn. And when I was watching football, just for some brief period, I think Germany had won the World Cup at that point, and Oliver Kahn had got some award or something like that. And then I was like, wow, he's such an amazing player and so on.
So maybe because you loved Karo Khan,
Yes,
that's why you liked Oliver Khan.
yes.
Okay, that's
Nothing to do with Karo Khan. Meanwhile, we have another help chess believer. You guys are doing great job by Niranjan. Thank you so much, Niranjan. Bhai. C5 played. And right now, Magnus has been thinking for a lot of time because I think he senses an opportunity here to continue the game. And as we said, there are moves like Queen D7, some moves that can put some pressure on the opponent.
भाई दिल तोड़ दिया बहुत लोगों को जिनको फुटबॉल फैन है, दे बेचारे लाइक गाइस नथिंग फॉर यू. Just football is amazing game, like chess is amazing, everything is amazing, just that I don't connect
Amruta,
with
you
it.
will. That's good.
I mean, I
At least
love
that,
to play.
That
There
statement
are
was
games,
important after what you said.
of course, I
Oh,
always
by
say
the
that
way,
it's my
Amruta, Ding
perspective.
Liren is pawn up against Fabiano Caruana. How did these things change so quickly? Fabi
Not
somehow
quickly.
could not keep. I think this move E5 is a little bit.
Releasing the tension, because after short castle, I think I like for white. Rook D. Oh, this happened. We were looking at Rook D1, but so many moves.
Check.
Knight B7. Oh, why did he not take Rook takes?
This
C3 is
knight is
hanging.
hanging.
Got it.
So right now, Caruana is getting active pieces, but white is a little bit passive, but has an extra pawn.
Yeah, and then if he gets Knight D4, Sagar, if Ding gets Knight D4,
Yes.
I think Fabi is in trouble.
Knight
Today,
D4, Knight
it
D5.
feels like Ding is going to strike back. Yes, feels like that, Sagar. It's a
My thought, Amruta, is that this will end in a draw, and then Armageddon maybe will go.
no. I'm predicting a win for Ding. I don't know. What about the chat? Bhagyashree Kadiskar, who is a member for 32 months and backer of Indian Chess, says you can see a chess game on the football field too.
Nice. Jash Sharma, thank you so much. Says kudos to you guys for your work. Thank you, Jash.
Sagar sir, Oliver Kahn lost the World Cup final to Brazil in 2002. He was voted the best goalkeeper in that tournament, says Jasper.
Yes, yes. Maybe they reached the finals and lost. Yeah. He got this, what is it called? The Golden Glove, some award.
Wow. Red
I
alert
was
says
12 years old on TV. There are some moments, Amruta, when I was very young, which were happening on TV, which still flash in front of my eyes. Another one was Gopi Chand winning the All England title.
oh, badminton. You used
It
to
was, I
say.
think, 2000 year. I was 10 years old. And I was actually,
I
wherever
thought
he
it
was,
was 2000 years back.
no, no, wherever he was jumping to play, I was also jumping, like, after him. So all these memories are like flashing in front of my eyes right now.
But then you used to watch tennis also because, tennis, some matches we used to watch. Until Roger was there, but he used to watch a lot more. I
Yeah.
remember.
This Roger Federer versus Rafael Nadal, I think one game which went on for hours and hours. That was one game which everyone has seen.
Correct.
It's not that unique. I think everyone would have seen that.
Absolutely. Red alert says here Rajdhani Express touching 135 kilometers per hour. Best of luck, Pragg. अच्छे से पहुंच जाओ.
EF4, 92, H5. So Hikaru actually playing really creatively, putting a lot of pressure. But then later on, F5, his last move, I think mainly is to stop the knight from coming here, because he thought if he went queen g5, there was knight e4. Then the queen defends this knight. But f5 is stopping that. And Amruta, I am really amazed at the complexity of this game, because look at how weirdly each piece is placed.
And while you are amazed at that, we've got two believers, I think,
No,
back
no,
to
one.
back. No. Acha, then that no, Sagar.
Amit.
Amit, who has contributed 500 rupees 2 minutes ago.
Thank you, Amit.
And then we have another one.
No, this was already read.
You had already read that. रक्षित से सागर भाई के जमाने में टीवी था. आई थॉट रेडियो ही था. इतना भी नहीं बदल गया जमाना. Alex says, I'm an Armenian guy living in Indonesia, and even I watch Chess with India. Oh, that's so cool. We love Levon Aronian. He's like one of the most amazing
I have some
person out
very
there.
good friends in Armenia. One is Levon, of course. The other one is Avetic Gregorian. I really like him. By the way, Rook D8 played.
By Pragg. I like that move. Hey, but what if Rook D8? He's going to Rook E8, Queen E8.
Takes, yeah.
And Queen E8, Rook E8, Rook takes A6. This is
We
the
are being
variation
analyzed,
which
no?
it converts into. Correct. Check and Rook E2 and double attack. Aram se draw. Pragg is like, this is to aram se. पूरी तैयारी for Armageddon, Sagar. सब तैयारी चल रही है in the mind.
Let's not underestimate Magnus's skills.
No, not underestimating Magnus, just rightly estimating Pragg.
What about Queen B7? What will you do?
Okay, if I have to take. Hey, Mike.
क्या हुआ?
When you're moving, the mic is moving. Rook takes E1.
Rook takes rook and D4, right? You want to push this pawn? I think it makes
Why
lot of
not?
sense.
Yeah.
Take.
I don't know why computer still likes it for white, but I thought
Very
that D
small
pawn
edge.
looks actually more dangerous. In fact.
So maybe rook a d8 will wait for what Magnus might do, but there has to be a way in which Magnus will try and keep pressing Amruta here. I think Queen C7 also shouldn't be underestimated move, because C5 is attacked. So yeah.
You would never underestimate Magnus's move, but this is definitely a position like usually Magnus puts so much pressure, and that's not this one. So Atulya asks, when you look up or sideways, do you think of some theory or recollect any position from earlier games? Generally, how top players also calculate,
Amrita, look
right?
who's become the member of our channel. Amit Shah.
Oh, welcome to the backer of Indian Chess.
Yes.
Thank you, Amit.
Thank you
That's
to
so
find
nice.
time from your busy schedule to become a member.
Are
of
you
our channel.
related with Sagar Shah in any way?
Meanwhile, we have Ramakrishnan.
Yes.
Thank you, Ramakrishna. I
He's-
understand that you want to talk and we have to speak, but right now I have your messages and all. I've gone through that. Let me respond back to you in between the tournament a
Yeah.
little bit.
In between,
tough.
he has to also respond to some of my questions, which are pending, Ramakrishna. You are in the queue.
Also, in the morning, most of the time goes in making these commentary videos and so on. So there's not enough time to communicate with people. You know, it's like a life during the tournament is very structured for us. We commentate, then we go to sleep, then wake up in the morning. Then there are videos waiting that have to be posted, and then there are other meetings during the day and other things to do, and then again commentary comes in. So it's like,
Yeah, slightly different for me, but yeah, his. Are you so happy with this?
no, it's like it keeps repeating like this.
Okay, got it. Nice.
But when we
Good
are at
one.
the tournament venue, it gets even more intense because there it's like a new place, new people. You keep meeting. Like here at home, we have work, but we are not meeting new people. So that
वही
energy.
सेम चेहरा रोज देखो, correct. So that energy is saved or no, but in
Nexus,
tournament
Amrita,
is
Nexus
interesting.
is saying lost 40K in stocks today. Today, I think for some people it was the elections day. For some, it was about stock market only. Everyone was looking at stock market, how the market is going up or down and stuff.
We live in a very different world, then,
Yes.
I think. In that sense.
Everyone's actually
We
everything
look at
is
this bar which goes up and down.
yes, everything is connected to each other
Yeah,
in a way that
everyone's
Then-
interested at the end.
yeah,
of the day
everyone's
now.
interested in a certain event in a different way.
Correct. Nice.
Okay. Amruta, there is Caruana. Ding has kind of made a move.
Which
He
is
went rook d4.
is knight b3 possible?
But I'll just take it, right?
And then rook c3. With that less material, it will become easier for black to draw.
But what about this?
Yeah, b3. You take a6, rook takes b3. I think it's much easier without that passer. Otherwise, it would become a little bit. a6 would already be weak, right?
Yeah, Amruta.
So, and it's going to forcing thing.
Very smart, very smart.
अभी समझा.
Oh, look at this. Kiran has sent 149 rupees on help chess saying,
nice.
I love
Chess
chess base, which is 149. 1 for I, 4 for love, and chess base. Nice. Thank you, Kiran, for your
हाँ ना, like
for
something
becoming a
new.
believer of
143
Indian chess.
we know, but 149 is a new number. क्या हुआ? आज का दिन थोड़ा अलग लग रहा है ना सागर. It's more like chit chat.
Oh, no, nothing.
नहीं
Why chit chat?
नहीं ऐसे
Look at Hikaru,
शांति में
Hikaru versus
आराम
Firouzja
से.
position. Do you see any chit chat here?
बाप रे, d4 d5 f4 f5 चल क्या रहा है वो. नाइट ऑन g2 इज लाइक जीतू भैया मुझे बचाओ. नाइट ऑन d2 कांट गो एनीवेयर. बिशप ऑन c4 को तो देखो. अरे मार्क करो ना वहां पे. इतना मैं बड़बड़ कर रही हूँ तो बेचारा अटक गया है.
Yeah, but you know, he'll go back and then these pawns will come forward and it will get even more in.
3 moves.
Yeah.
So does black has a big threat, Sagar. d4. What if, let's ask the people,
Yeah, what?
What if the next move, black to play? Best move, guys.
Black has a big threat.
Yes.
Queen g5, you mean?
Arey, Sagar.
But there is no threat as such. No, it's mate, but I'll
Yeah.
move my knight away. What will you do?
But that is the important move, no? Queen g5. Every time you don't ask them a question only when the engine says this is the best, because they don't otherwise know how to think in a normal position. So in a normal position, but they would have thought of queen g5. Look, the chat. This is what I like about them. Finding best moves in any position. That is something you have to develop, guys. Whichever position, even if you don't know, if this is a study, if there is white to play, just think of the best move. Queen g5, knight b3. What you went? Rook e8.
Yeah, because the rook can now enter here.
So do you have time to go bishop d3? Like we know white's idea. See, you don't have rook e3.
Yeah.
So all the time what black is doing is stop black's idea. At the same time improving his own position. Maybe he's not even thinking of stopping black's idea as such, but he's in general improving his own position.
Wow, we have another member here, Vinod, who has gifted 10
10.
memberships.
And Gurumanjot Singh, Debashish, Gopal, Jaguar,
Krishna
Manish,
Prasad.
Krishna,
Manish got the membership.
Pavan Kumar, Raj Kumar, Bipranath, Adarsh Saraswat. Yes. 10 people got it. So today 30 memberships already.
30?
Yeah, because he gifted 10. Earlier there was another 10. Then there was another 5 maybe. I think maybe 25.
Okay, Amruta, here's a question to you. I haven't switched on the engine here.
Okay.
What do you think is the evaluation of this position?
With who to play? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Rook c2 is played.
Chat ko bolo evaluation. How do they write in the chat?
Yeah, guys, you can also write 0.2 if you think white is slightly better, 0.5, 0.4, whatever you feel. You know the evaluations.
Okay.
Chandra Malela, thank you so much. Says Sagar Amruta, wonderful and cute couple. I met you, Sagar, in Toronto and had a photo with you. Thank you, Chandra ji. That's nice. I had some amazing experiences in Toronto and I hope to get back there soon. I thought, Amruta, this position should be very small edge to white.
You know, I mean, I firstly really like this question of you to assess it before we go into, because it's so easy when we move to a position, we already see the assessment.
Yes.
So we should do this more. Even if you feel that white should be slightly better, I'm not getting a plan.
Just double on the
C file you will double. Okay. What next? Because black is going to play h6, king f8, king e8, king d8, if at all he wants to move this knight. And you want to go b4, I understand, but you can't move this knight. So you will also have to go here. Only then you will free this knight on f3. But still this file feels like some initiative.
0.2.
Okay, 0.00.
Oh,
0.3. What did the
minus
chat
0.3,
say?
Amruta.
See? Minus 0.1 says killer. Aditya says 0.2. Minus
They can
0.2.
actually see it below here at the bar.
Oh, but we didn't see it. Tanish says plus 1.5. 0.6.
It did feel
It
like
was not so easy.
Maybe.
Raj Patel, thank you for your contribution. Raj, nice name. Hey, this is a great question, Sagar. You should ask such questions more. Why is black better? Because white doesn't have a plan.
As you said, bring the king in.
Chalo, very quickly just to check for a moment. No. G5 is tough, yeah?
So the idea is to play g4.
H3. Is this the only plan you will go for? Like if king f8, king e8, can black go slow? She goes knight a7 in the game. She goes knight a7.
Nice move actually. She wants to just put pawn on c6, but
Yeah, not letting rook to first double and to free herself. Okay, 0.00 now. This will end in a draw as I had predicted. It's going to go in Armageddon. Let's go to Magnus. Magnus played. That's the news. Very quickly, Magnus's game.
queen c7.
We know the assessment here. Yeah?
Oh, and Pragg pushes the pawn. Pragg is just quickly holding this, no, Amruta? He might just because
D4 and
also I was a
stolen,
bit
looks like.
worried that you would lose this pawn,
But
but
D3.
it seems like Pragg does not have any such worries.
See, but he entered into a line where he still needs to calculate with Magnus, correct? Because normally when he had some simple options, he has chosen this, which shows a little bit of, you don't fear Magnus, that attitude.
Yeah, nice play by Pragg actually, but I guess Magnus can take here, and after d3, it's equal, but the position is super complex here and needs to be tackled carefully. Now, queen takes e8. Maybe there is queen e3.
Hey, queen e3 takes d2, rook d1,
rook d1.
and then you lose the pawn. King f2, king e2.
Yes.
What a mistake. What a mistake. Yeah, what a mistake.
So d4 played here by Pragg, really creating something concrete in the position.
I like how Pragg is really playing with Magnus because this keeps an impact even during Armageddon. What he's choosing, that's important.
Oh, look at Hikaru. He's building up the position brilliantly. Queen g5, rook a8. Like, amazing play.
Rook e3 incoming. You can't stop rook e3. The full time the knight on g2 has been a trouble. Can I just go king h1? Still, where is the knight going? Knight e1, knight d3.
Maybe here.
Later. Are you tired?
No, I'm fine. So knight f6, threatening to take here and here. And maybe I can just take a short break and join you back,
Yes.
Amruta, again.
Done.
Because as we see right now, this game, and Amruta has been calling it out for quite some time, would end in a draw, and then we'll have the epic Armageddon if it
But
happens.
Sagar, if something happens towards the end in this game,
Yeah.
then I'm just rushing at you.
Yes, no, I'll be
I'm
there.
like spilling the whole water bottle on you, and I will drag you over here, Sagar.
Sure. Amruta, also Lay versus Humpy or Lay is better.
Can we see Lay versus Humpy's game? Asks Lakshit. Oh, yes, because we came back from Vaishali's game over here. We had to check Lay's game. So let's do that very quickly. Shall we try this, guys? This is the position, and we don't have the assessment here yet. It's Humpy's move. Last move was Bishop F1. Try to avoid looking at the assessment. And what is your guess? Think. It's a very good technique what Sagar has found to ask you all to assess the position, not just calculate. It's one of the important thing. It's not just about calculation, but many moments of mistakes have been in assessing the position. But just be very honest. If you have seen, then do not answer. If you have not seen, then try to think. 0.5, 0.7. I like the dark squares, and the queens have been exchanged. There is no entry on the 7th rank because that would have been a little bit of attention. This is an outpost here. Whenever c6 would be played, there is b6 problem. So with knight on d5, huge pressure over here. But you have this knight and the bishop. You can exchange. With the knight on f4, it can be kicked away. So overall, does look like a very slight edge for white, but my edge would be 0. Oh, these are the 3 versus 2. If black is able to create a passer, again, not so easy. 0.3 mine plus 0.3. So very, very varied assessments have been in the chat. Let's go, let's check. 0.9, huge. Man, this is so huge. I can't believe it. Pranjal says Vaishali every day makes everyone flabbergasted by her moves, so aggressive. Yeah, I love Vaishali's style. It's amazing. Yes, assessment is at the bottom, but sometimes it's better not to look at it. You can use it at some point when it's really critical. Then you don't write about it. Okay, so this one is better for white much more than we thought. 0.9 plus 1, as much as that level of better position. Practically, I'm not sure if it feels that way, because white has a direct plan which is g3, kicking this knight away. Whenever your knights are advanced, important is to see if the pawns can kick them away, your pawn. So that is what white is trying to see. g3 f4 and 4 versus 3, here is the majority. So white is trying to start with his pawns and then get f5, then slowly push the pieces backward and get ahead to attack the weaknesses here. So Humpy a little bit in trouble. Vaishali after knight a7, she g4. What a move. So while black wanted to play h5, h6, g5, g4, Vaishali herself goes g4. I think she's going to play h4, king g2, king g3. Who knows? She's going to create some attacking possibilities on this side. Let's wait and see. As Pranjal has rightly said, very aggressive moves. It's fun. Ju Wenjun versus Pia Cramling. This is the position with white being on a roller coaster attack with these pawn storm over here. So they are also having quite a complex middle game there. White not worried about this bishop here, thinking that this is completely blocked, but black will try to make sure to open this bishop. Let's move to Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus. d4. Magnus has gone into a long thought. Here he had, if I look at the last few moves, Magnus had 1 hour 14 minutes. 13, 11, he was playing pretty fast. From here, 59 minutes to play queen c7, he thought for 13 minutes. And now after d4, it's been 8 minutes of a thought. Got it. And if we go to Ding Liren versus, once again, after rook d4, knight b3 was not played by Caruana. That was a great opportunity. He doesn't go into that. He goes king g7, improves his king position. And then white goes knight e5. So Ding has gone knight e5. This should have been the position to, for us to assess what do we think. But the knight was waiting for a long time to get out of f3 so that the bishop also can be opened. f4 is in the air. If white gets f4, f5, Ding would have seriously an amazing position. So knight e5 on the board. I really love Ding's position. This time what happens for knight b3? Why is it not as powerful? Because if you take rook takes c3, we were looking at rook takes a6. But I want to ask you guys, what is a good move over here? White to play. And once again after this, I would have to go back to the earlier position where why was that move not making any sense? Or was it making any sense? So what's the move here? White to play. Can you find a good move? The difference between the best move would be you will have a +2. And the second best would be rook a6. And that is like 0.5. It's all engine assessment. So it's not like it's everything. But still, if you want to improve in assessments, that's something which we would try to look at. नहीं नीलेश, आज नहीं लग रहा है ड्रिंक ब्लंडर करेगा. That's what is my feeling. Agam says only 7-minute difference for Magnus. He has lost his time advantage. Right. No, you're very right. And I think this is something important what Pragg has managed to do on the board, because even for Armageddon, this helps him. It's not like even if it is a draw, in what way it is a draw. Going to the chat chess moves, how many people have been able to find it? B4, very few. Telegram chess, Pratham, Daksh, Jayvardhan, Helen, Gurmanjot, Velmot, and Abhijit. Only 6 people have been able to find it. Many of you wanted to play Rook B4. So let's go back and see over here. If you go Rook B4, because you wanted to attack this and you wanted to defend this. But don't you forget that 2 guys are attacking this. And the third guy incoming with defending the a6 pawn. So b3 would be lost and a3 would stay. Not working for you. That's why Rook b4 doesn't work. The right move is b4. You stop knight c5. You save your pawn. You revive the threat of rook takes a6. And there is no rook c6, which is a key difference with the knight on e5, where the rook can't go back. So if he goes rook a8, another key difference is you can already start with f4. And look at this. The fiancé to bishop all waiting over there to open itself up with this weak knight, which is dominated by the pawn, the rook. Beautiful. It's just the active pieces which are giving you so much amazing position in comparison to one move. You know, at this point of time, this one moment, knight b3, a b3 takes, same position you go b4, the good move for black to play over here. I think it's really tough. Very tough. I wouldn't be expecting you guys to find it. I mean, not many, very few. All those who are very regular in touch, sincerely practicing, all for fun, don't really worry about it, but you can still learn from it. It's very difficult. I would not have found it. Balaji, we were at Pragg Magnus, we've analyzed it in depth, and then we are here. We'll go back there again as soon as Magnus makes his move. Very soon. Oh, the chat, even though they don't find the best move sometimes, they're able to be suggesting these nice tactics or some important natural ideas. They're alert. This is something I really like. And to show you the chat chess moves, sometimes I call this a good news that nobody has found the right move for black to play. Oh, one guy, but I think it was very difficult. I would almost Kritik has found it, but it is very difficult to find the right move, which is knight d8. Let's just come back to it why it is a good move. But before that, all of you who have suggested bishop takes h3, a very fair question. You're deflecting the bishop and you're winning this, winning a pawn back. So why not this? Only problem with this move is your rook will be attacked. Your rook has only 2 squares, rook c3 or rook b3. Wherever it goes, rook takes a6, and we have landed up in one pawn up for white to play. For white, and with the bishop, rook and bishop, which is a better combination than the rook and knight. Along with this knight on b7 being completely dominated with the rooks. So this is the reason white would be clearly better. And the move knight d8, how would it have stopped this from happening? Because there was rook takes a6 anyway in the air. The reason is simple. The knight jumps to d6. It was just like a springboard, the d8 square. From c6, it's attacking the rook and the pawn. When the rook moves, you recover the pawn. So that's why it was very tough. Like knight d8 move was very tough defense. He played in the game rook d4, king g7, knight e5, rook f d8, Ding goes to d5. Look at both his knights in the center, and the knight goes to d7. Fabi takes his knight to d7. Ding should retain his knight, go back to c4. That would be amazing. But let's see what he plays. In the meantime, time to go to Magnus's game. Moves have happened over there. d4, c takes d4, c takes d4. Magnus gives a check to the king with 34 minutes on the clock, equal time to Praggnanandhaa, and Pragg goes king h8 without thinking much, in fact. Rook takes e8, queen takes e8, he keeps the d4 guy defended. Now a6 is attacked by both of them, and Pragg has given up this pawn. So Magnus goes rook d1 and says, okay, I don't really care about the pawn because I'd rather worry about your pawn on d4. Rook d1. Can Pragg simply defend it? Yeah, this is possible. And then queen takes a6. Only problem with Magnus is when he's that one pawn up in a major piece endgame which looks equal, somehow he's able to manage these twists. That is what makes him very dangerous. So even after rook d1, how should Pragg play in the best possible way? Like, I would seriously consider a move like queen b5. But it's a mistake, of course. Of course, it's a mistake. I think you all got it, right? What's the move? Yes, rook d4. I simply blundered a pawn, and then if you take rook d4 after queen d4, it defends. Oh, no, 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 no. Another blunder. White to play. Oh, God. At least 50 people, guys. That's my favorite question for all of you. Wake up. 11:27. What is the blunder I made? Jaldi mein. You know, somebody in Rajdhani train. रहता है ना जल्दी में. There you go. Chat is like, ये क्या है? ये थोड़ी सवाल है क्या? And very quickly, we've got 50 answers. Thank you, chat. Piyush, Omansh, Fake Gargi, Ankush, Nilesh, Avishkar, Abhijit, Sagar, 4chan, and Nyan. We have queen c8. That's the blunder I completely made. Because if queen takes d4, of course there's a slight edge, but this is a big blunder. You can't even think of that. So not queen b5. You have to be a bit careful. Praggnanandhaa is obviously going to be a bit careful. So Pragg might consider a move like queen e4 or queen d7, but he cannot defend both of them together. He cannot do that. So he is going to lose the a6 pawn, which means that this one is not going to end easily. It's going to go a little bit more. d3 would be the next thing which I will consider, because you've given a pawn. Whenever you give some material, remember that when the opponent has to capture the material, for a while he will have his pieces non-coordinated. That is the reason, yeah, you kind of give something for compensation. His pieces go non-coordinated, and which means that time required to bring his pieces back to coordination, in that time you are using to put pressure. So here in this case, when the queen has gone to this edge of the board, what black is using this to put pressure with his pawn and a queen and a rook with a good coordination. And that is the reason there is compensation, you can say, for the black pieces. So d3 having played with the idea of d2 and queen e1 check. Next thing what white is going to do is maybe try to stop d2, and also at the same time a double threat with queen d8. And then black has to figure out how to proceed next. His back rank always is weak with these two pawns on the... Black will say, okay, let me defend with queen d4, and let me keep eye on this and this, and also let me threaten to push the pawn to d2. So white is like, nahi yaar, 6th rank tak it has reached. I don't want it to move further. Let me block it with the rook. I don't have a knight, which is the best blockader, but this is what I can do the best in this situation. And Pragg is going to be like, okay, no problem. Let me get rid of my back rank problems and go h6. Otherwise, he would be very worried if there was a bishop, but there's no bishop here. And now he's going to ask White, how are you going to progress? If you think you have a pawn and you can just start pushing that, it's not going to work. Because in between, I have many ways to gain compensation, to continue with ideas. One is that I do nothing. You go b5, and maybe a good move here. What will you play here with the black pieces? Many moves are possible, but I would still ask you, what should you play? Because with that move it just becomes a little easier. Other says, I'm unable to complete a single book and get distracted by other books. Acha, distracted by other books only. And read 10% of 10 book rather than 100% of a single book. Any suggestion to complete a single book? First of all, others, I think my suggestion is not about completing a single book, but as Sagar says, or in general, also we should know that it's a basic trap. That we had some chess books, and it was the thought was always like, okay, I can't buy another book because I have not read this one only 100%. So my next book, how can I buy the next book? But why are you reading a book? Even if one chapter, even if one page, even if one line is useful for you, that is what is the aim of that book for you and about you for that book. So you should not worry about 100% reading one book. It is completely okay to do 10 books at a time. Absolutely okay. In fact, so I don't see a problem there. If you would have said, while reading a book, I get distracted and I watch Instagram reels or I open my WhatsApp, then I would definitely guide you. But your problem ही नहीं है, तो solution कैसे रहेगा? Okay, so the move which people have said is, yes, rook d5. 18 people have found that. Omansh, Rakesh, Karthik, Pratham, Manav, Anubhav, Maitre, Anand, Pratik, and Ashli. So, rook d5 is a nice move. First of all, you make sure that if this queen, let me quickly show you a blunder. If the queen goes to c7, then here you go a blunder with queen a1 check, king h2, and thanks to these two pawns over here, which give a feel of back rank, rook h5 would be like as good as a back rank mate here. So that's why I like this move rook d5, which just simply settles the game. In the game, Pragg goes queen d7, like expected. One of the two moves was expected. Queen takes a6 and he goes d3. This time telling Magnus that now if you go queen a5, my guy is defended and I will go d2. मेरे को कुछ करने की ज़रूरत भी नहीं है. I don't even need to support him. So that is what Pragg is saying. So if white goes rook d2 and stops this, it's going to be converting in a similar fashion: queen d5, queen d4, h6, and bringing the rook to the 5th rank, always keeping the threats. Very cool and calmly, Pragg is taking this towards a draw. No chance for, with such a passive rook for Magnus to do anything against Praggnanandhaa. So I would say, well done, Praggnanandhaa. And there we go, our subscribers are increasing now, 16,52,431. So thank you to everyone who are subscribing to the channel. Yes, Adarsh, the point is just keep learning. You are not looking at finishing something. The moment you concentrate on finishing something, you're finished. That's the whole thing. Just process. It's very important that you learn the skill of not other skills, but how you learn a skill. How you are able to process the skill. It's not about what you're learning, it's about how you're learning. Just don't aim at anything. In the process, you learn. In general, you're going to learn. Just as we all know it very commonly, do not focus on the results. It's only intellectually we know when it starts going inside, true deep within, and then you are able to start applying it. Life eases out. Life eases out to an extent where it's a liberating feeling. So b4 on the board. Magnus has started pushing this pawn. Pragg, I'm guessing he's gonna go queen d4. Yeah, queen d4 has an extra thing because in queen d5, it can only reach a2 when this queen leaves the a5. But in queen d4, there is also a1. Oh, no, no, no. Maybe first he will go d2. Can he go d2? d2, b5. And now can I go queen d3 because I'm pinning here. You don't have b6. Okay, if all natural moves, not a single blunder I've made, then this should work. If that is so easy, then Pragg will find it. Then Pragg will definitely find it. What about queen d4 and then rook 3? Where rook 3? Rook d6 after queen g3. समझा नहीं. Okay, so queen g4. Queen g4. Queen g4, you want to attack this guy, but oh, it's a blunder, of course. White to play. Why is this move suggested by Sahil is a blunder? White to play. It's easy for all of you, but ठीक है, देखते हैं. Pragg has played h6. Like we were looking at, but chat is alert tactically. You guys are alert. मजा आ रहा है. Very quickly found by so many people. Telegram, Adarsh, Ankush, Arunachalam, Swagger, Ashleesh, Pythagoras, Fake Gargi, Adarsh, Avishkar. Rook takes d3, and let's not forget again and again this back rank. You cannot take your checkmate हो जाएगा. So इसके लिए h6. Pragg is like पहले h6 खेलता हूँ. Now I have all the threats, whatever I want to do. So h6 queen c4 played by Magnus, and he says, okay, now you might, if you go queen d4, I can actually still go queen d4, challenge the queen, takes rook d4. This is attacked. If you go rook b1, then there is d2. If to stop it, you will again have to go this, this, this. And 3 versus 2, but we all remember Magnus versus Alireza where he converted the rook endgame. Ooh, you don't want to do that. So इसके लिए queen d4 is one option, but I would definitely prefer direct d2 to keep the queens on the board for a while more and to intimidate Magnus a little more. And after that, maybe you can try to go queen d4. Eventually, maybe you will win the b pawn and give up the d pawn. Shayad we are going into the rook endgame. It is going a long, long game. Only, I think, to end in a draw. This classical game, I think Pragg is going to manage and hold Carlsen. He's not going to let Magnus put all the pressure on him and yet blunder towards the end. 23 minutes to Praggnanandhaa. Magnus down to 29 minutes. But Magnus endgame is relentless. Totally. And Pragg knows that. Pragg knows what Magnus is looking at. That is helpful. After pushing pawn, queen a4 is possible. Yeah, because even if queen g4 has been controlled, you have queen a4 attacking this, and if the queen goes back to defend, then you lose the b pawn. So, oh, he goes d2. Pragg has gone d2. I like this move. Queen e2. And now but now if you go queen a4, the problem is rook d2. If you go queen a4, there is rook d2. And look at this. White is winning. You don't have time to take this. And if you take, Magnus very happy in the queen endgame with 2 extra pawns. Don't even dare that. Pragg goes queen d3. Challenge this. If king f1, yeah, if king f1, I think, which is what Magnus will most probably play. Either Pragg takes and now goes rook d4, rook d2, rook b4. ठीक है, long rook end game. We're going into a long rook end game. I would be shocked if at all anything goes wrong here for black. Tanishk says both are playing with 99 accuracy. How many minutes break will be given before Armageddon? It's usually 15 to 20 minutes. Let's quickly have a look at Fabiano versus Ding, because I'm very curious about this game. Ding has a great advantage, but once again, to convert is a task. I like the fact that he's gone knight c4 here with 42 minutes on the clock, 20 minutes more than Fabi. Knight b8 played by Fabi, rerouting the knight to c6. Rook b1 attacking the knight on b7. Knight goes to d6, challenging the knight exchange. And white, should he move this knight away? Should he move this knight away here? Lot of questions, lot of knight maneuvers, but eventually I think a6 is going to be weaker for black. And white's pieces are more active. Love the pawn on g5, which is clamping the whole thing. But at which point is white king going to come into the game? Because we know king is a piece in the end game. So these are all the questions. f4, f5. When is that going to happen? Or another point is, there could also be an interesting idea with f4, e5, knight on f6 and a king under mating net. This is a very typical pattern in the endgame with such structures on g5. Especially in time pressure, it's very hard. Very, very hard. So this one, Ding, it's in, as of now, in Ding's favor. And this one going crazy to the extent of beyond our imagination. Rook e3 played. No, b6 happened. Lot of things happened, in fact. b6, knight b6. Finally, Alireza gives up the pawn. Bishop b5. Rook e3. c4. That's a pin. So whenever the king moves, there will be an attack. But even if you attack this, there is always a pawn giving a fork. So c4, threatening c5, and better be careful about the checks. Bishop goes to b4. Yeah, bishop goes to b4. Piece is not getting trapped. It's you have two guys here. But I really don't like the king on g1. Move it away, Ali. Move it away. Get rid of this pin. No matter what, even if you don't need the knight, just feels easier for the king to be on h1. Okay, this is Alireza versus Nakamura. What about, let's go to Pragg's match. Did they play a few moves? They're making new moves. Rook d3, f3, king h2, king f2, king h7, king f2. When the king will come to e2, at that point of time, I think he is going to go rook b3. Yes, Pranay. The logic was that earlier Armageddons used to be 5 minutes for white and 4 minutes for black. But that felt very easily recovering. That 1 minute was nothing. So here 10 and 7 is something they have tried, which in comparison to all Armageddon, whatever has been tried, this has worked beautifully. Like the players have had the opinion of, it's not being favored on one side as of until now. So last year was a big success for this time control, where they introduced it, I guess, first time. So yeah, there is definitely an advantage. You see that Hikaru in this game with Magnus had 3 minutes more for such a long time. He was able to he was able to flag down Magnus, and he did use it. It may not be very easy to use for everyone, but Hikaru did show that. And yeah, it's interesting. It's something to try more and then understand, find some statistics. do some research on it, and then we will know. What is the poll saying? Because we have a poll on 15,000 votes of who will win today. Magnus Carlsen 26%, Pragg 57%, draw 18%. So draw 18%. Guys, if you want to change your vote, a good time to do that, because here we are kind of struggling between a draw or Magnus will win. If you think Pragg has any chances to win, it's impossible. So then we move to Magnus Carlsen 26%. Nice. So rook d5. Let's try to understand this king rook endgame. After rook d5, 18 minutes for Praggnanandhaa, 27 minutes for Magnus. Important to notice 40 moves are just completed. This is the 41st move. That means that from every move from now onwards, they get 10 seconds per move. That would really matter a lot in such situations. But these 10 seconds at a complex situation just mean nothing. You need at least 30 seconds. Even in that, we have seen a lot of blunders, but still, with 10 seconds, it becomes very difficult. So, Magnus has a clear cut aim. With this one pawn, keep pressing, make Praggnanandhaa burn out all his time, and towards the end, in 10 seconds, when he has to keep playing accurate, he's going to make a blunder, because humanly it's very difficult to find accurate moves 100% of the time. So that is Magnus's plan. Indirectly is telling that to Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa also knows that. So how is Praggnanandhaa going to try and not fall for the whole strategy of Magnus? Let's suggest a move. Rook b2, dynamic and Poonam. I like that. And all the badbad, they're suggesting the moves rook b2 check, because if you go king e3, then there is rook g2. Material is also equal. Let's agree for a draw. So the king is going to go to g1, saying that I am going to escape from here. If you give a check, I will go king h2. That is what white is saying. King g1 has been played. By the way, yeah, we are going there. Rook b2 check, king g1. Whether Pragg will give a check or whether he will just hold it over here on the second rank, because he does have king g6. If he plays a move like g5, look at this. A move like g5, normally your king can get cut off with a move like rook d6. But in this case, it may not even matter, because you have a doubled pawn over here. And first of all, I would consider to give up a pawn, because triple pawn would be a little bit of a, this is this looks like a happy situation. But I may not still want you to get f4. Even if you get f4, the king is locked. Oh, I would really consider this. Nice move. g4. Yeah, because now you have nothing to worry, yeah? h5. How is this king ever going to get into the game? If it tries to go here, it loses g2 pawn. From here, it is completely blocked. If the rook has to try and, go to e2, it's going to be slow by the time king is also going to come here. I like it. Anyway, there's no blunder. So g5 also works, which normally sometimes it would not be a very nice move. Otherwise, you just bring the king to g6, king to f6, and ask him what white is going to do. Do nothing. King h2, Magnus goes, do nothing. King g3. Let's just do nothing with Magnus first, and then see if he has any plan. King h4, rook. King h4, rook g2 is the problem. So then king h3, because he wants to go g3. g3, do nothing. f4, do nothing. Let's still do nothing. One more, guys. One question to all of you. If white goes king h4, what should black play? Sometime I'm going to ask this question without having the bar on. फिर देखते हैं कितने लोगों को मिल जाता है. NG says, please suggest an inaccuracy because this can lead to a risk and risks can do something. That's what I am not. Normally, I would make some blunder. But यहाँ पे कुछ भी खेला तो blunder नहीं है. This is a kind of position you have. Yeah, that might be a blunder that I realize is still a draw. उसमें भी कुछ भी नहीं है. How many people? 80 people. क्या speed है यार. 12 बजे. Proud of you. Abel, Gargi, Breeze, Baina, Vishal, Santosh, Apeksha, E4, Aditya, Deepesh. Amazing. 91 हो गया है guys. 91. 100 के लिए रुके क्या? रुक ही जाते हैं. सेंचुरी तो मार ही देते हैं. ईट 5 स्टार एंड डू नथिंग. क्यों रे? ऐड है क्या वैसे? बहुत बार डू नथिंग बोला है गाइस, बट दैट इज नॉट फॉर यू टू नॉट डू एनीथिंग. इट्स ओनली इन द गेम टू डू नथिंग. It's an absolute draw. Yeah, 100 crossed. 111. Superb. Must rook h2 check. So you see, even when you do nothing, if your opponent does something wrong, there is still a checkmate. So in the game which is going forward, let's look at that. After king g1, rook b7 played. Pragg is like, आ जाओ वापस king f2, let's repeat, rook b2 check. Magnus is like, okay, I get it, I'm going king h2. Magnus knows it. Still, Pragg is down to 14 minutes. Pragg is down to 14 minutes. Oh, look at the nice number we have on our screen for the subscribers. It's 16,52,444. Nice number. 444. Let me see now. Let's change it. Arre, 450. Oops, let me wait till it settles itself. What? We crossed 500. अभी हो गया शांत. 16,52,520. That too is a nice number. 5252. Amazing. Balaji says subscribers are increasing because everyone is interested to chat. Yeah, I like the chat. They're talking about good things. They're writing some nice comments. They're asking good questions. The answers, like the response to a chess question, is so many people are trying to. It's amazing. Peace King says, I told Sagar that we will reach 16 lakh 15,000, 50,000 subscribers yesterday. But he didn't believe me. Yeah, because it's not a normal number, Peace King. It's something not normal at all. So it's amazing. It's not every time. Itna fast nahi badhta hai. So that's cool. Okay, let's try to focus on the game. सागर भाई ने सॉरी बोला या नहीं? अरे कल स्ट्रीम पे ही बुलवाया यार मैंने सबके सामने. G6 played by Pragg, and Pragg is saying that doesn't matter. I am going to go h5. I will create a, what to say, shelter for my king, and then you might think of f4 f5, but whenever you try to pin me, I will go on this rank again until you're ready to come here. At that point of time I will give a check. Otherwise your king वहाँ पे कोपरे में क्या कर रहा है मुझे नहीं पता. I'm just fine, I'm chilling, I'm relaxing. It's a summer holiday for the rook. So that is what Pragg is relaxed. Let's go to other games guys, because बहुत कुछ चल रहा है. We really are looking at Ding Liren, who is going to challenge Gukesh in November. How is he playing here? So rook b1, knight d6 is where we left. Ding goes knight ce3, the knight c6 on the board. Both the knights are together, better be careful. Lots of squares are covered. Rook goes to a4, attacks a6. Pawn goes to a5. Now the pawn is dependent on this knight. Nobody likes to be dependent, but hey, rook goes to c1, keeps an eye over here. What exactly is the idea? because whenever black captures this knight, you are very happy to take back with the knight, and you have a, when one pair of knights get exchanged, white is going to show his superiority with the bishop versus knight, rook and bishop versus knight. So that's not happening so soon. So rook c1 has been played, and for black, he'll try to. Caruana is going to try and find counterplay. Yesterday with Alireza also, he made sure that he was alert. He's not going to make it so easy for Ding. Also, with the Ding's history of this tournament, you know that it's till the last moment you want to fight it out. Okay, going to Alireza. Alireza slowly gaining advantage. The rook was like e8, e3, a3. Itna sab karke the rooks have been exchanged, but for another pawn. So Nakamura, actually not Alireza, Nakamura is going towards a victory. Bishop c4, there is a pin, but you don't have to worry. c6 solidifies the knight on d5, and look at the horrible pieces Alireza has. He's gonna be very upset about it. Going to very quickly checking out Vaishali's game. Here we are at this position, rook e c1. She has double rook on the c file. She's trying to going to create some player, but Anna, who has been playing amazingly, leader of the tournament, has 22 minutes on the clock. They have to make 11 moves. Vaishali has 13 minutes and 11 moves to be made. So time pressure is an important factor. I think Anna is solid. I doubt if there will be any mistakes, but these two pawns and the space in the center might slightly favor Vaishali in time pressure. Humpy, quickly going to Humpy's game. Is she able to recover here? Not yet. She's still in trouble. King f8 has been her last move. Can white go f5 here? Is the question. Trying to win the piece. What is a good move to play for black? Black to play. What is the defense? Very quickly. Yes, you guys have found it right. Knight e5, Abel e4, Ayush, Salik, Sagar, Telegram, Agam, Top G, Tanishk, and Harsh. Kyunki, if you take here, then goes knight f3, a fork, and that's why you're not losing material. So king f8, king f2 has been played by late Tingjie, now reviving the threat of f5 because you don't have the knight f3 ideas anymore. And Humpy has to figure out how to deal with this issue. Quickly going back to Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus, they are making moves, quick moves. We are at rook d5, check. This we had seen g6, king h3, h5 has been played, g4, Magnus already ready for this exchange, king g4. And now Magnus's double pawn is dissolved. But even this one pawn, if it gets exchanged, we will land up in a king, rook, and a pawn endgame against king and rook, where this king would be called as a king on the short side. And this is very theoretical. It's one of the, very key things in rook endgames, at least with one pawn down less, because it could matter at a very crucial game. Imagine in candidates you have to defend such a position. It does matter a lot, and these guys have studied it really well, like really well. So this is not a position which I think that Pragg can mess up anyway. No chance. What? No, this is transmission error, guys. Transmission error. I was wondering what Magnus का mouse slip हो गया क्या, but then I like, okay, ये तो offline है, OTB है. So then it's quickly, gone normal. Rook goes to a5. Pragg might give a check. If you, okay, Pragg gives a check, then there is f4. If you attack here, there is g3. So Magnus would be happy to, get the king, get the shelter to the king. And now Pragg is going to keep this pinned. f4. We are reaching here, by the way, because for Magnus he has a clear idea: rook on 6th rank and f5. If he gets that with the king on h6, it would be amazing. But this is not going to happen because you don't allow f5 so easily. So in the game, rook not g3, he goes king h3. Magnus has gone king h3. Simple technique, just making Pragg burn his time. What Pragg should do is really not use much time here. Either give a check. Can I go rook b4 again? Yes, I can go rook b4. I would like to give rook b3. I would like to call a check. Be in this position. You go rook king g4. I wait. You come here. As I said, do nothing. White wants to do something with f5. So maybe he moves the king from here. King f3. Then you give a check, because if you go here, there is rook g3. So you go here, then you are back. If you go here once again threatening this, you can always... Is it okay to allow f5, by the way? Let's say I do nothing still, and you get the move f5. Oh, nice move. Black to player. Guys, this is also fine. I mean, you don't need to allow this, but if this happens, then black to play. What will you play? Let me just get the water bottle very quickly. कितने लोग ब्लंडर कर रहे हैं, बाप रे, आई कांट बिलीव इट. क्या हो गया है गाइस? So first rook f3 was a leading move, which is a blunder. King e5 is the right move. Rohan, Kamal, Manan, Pratham, Akshay, Vivek, Country, Baina, Jay and Lakshmi. And why were you guys going rook f3 to attack this? But rook g6 check, and later king comes to g4 and I'm simply 2 pawns up. It would be a massive blunder, not a rook f3. Right move is king g5, so that if you play rook g6, there is king f5. But if you play f takes g6, this, look at this. It's insane. I mean, it's not easy. So I understand that this is not easy. Do nothing. Just do nothing, because if the rook gives check, you capture this. If the rook doesn't leave this rank, your king cannot progress. Let's say your king goes to g2, check. King goes here, check. कहाँ जाएगा? If the king goes here, because now you cannot take rook g3, or can you? You can still take rook g3. You can go rook b7, by the way, but you can even take this, and for g7 the king can go to h5. There is no queen. If rook goes here, king goes here, and you are in time. You don't need to play this dramatic king g5, first of all. Just that you need to know that that's possible. So rook b3 is possible, but rook b5 is the easiest move to stop this. And for g4, you can always bring back the king over here. Okay, in the game, let's look at a game. g3 played, king g7, king h4, rook c4 check, king f6 by Praggnanandhaa with 11 minutes on the clock. Ding mistake. Oh, what happened? So Ding after rook c1, knight b5 was played. And now Ding goes rook a c4. He goes for quite a natural idea there. Knight b d4 defends this. It was attacked. Ding goes bishop f1, which is a mistake. For the reason of what? Knight b4. He didn't find it. What was the problem? Problem is knight f3 check. Had he blundered? No, you can't take this pawn because of rook c6. So what is the problem here? This knight jumps into d4. And you really love both the knights here. That is the problem. That was the problem. So bishop f1 at this point of time was Not a good idea, but to find a progressive move was not so easy. Rook d1 and rook e1 were the best computer moves. Maybe practically becomes a little tough position. So knight b4, a3 on the board. And now, yeah, Ding is losing his advantage. Caruana is slowly equalizing, yet to understand how. Rook takes, knight d5, knight d5, I'm blundered. White to player. Why is this more blunder? It's because of rook d4. So not knight d5, but knight f3 check, and then you take here. King f3 आ रहा है ना ये first check. Okay, lot of tactics. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game. Ding has made a mistake. Maybe Caruana is back in the game. And over here, Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus Carlsen is going to go towards a draw. Rook c3 played. Let's see how Magnus is going to reply here. Rook a5. One thing about Magnus, what he's doing here is playing till the end, like absolute end. Pragg has 10 minutes. Very easy position to draw. Nakamura, if you look at the bars here without going, in fact, we have the live board, which is very nice. And you look at Nakamura's position. Alireza seems to have fought back. Nakamura has some advantage, but it's not so clear. Ding's position has equalized, and Vaishali's position also pretty complex. If you look at the live boards, you can see everything. Humpy's position, she was in trouble. What is it right now? If somebody can put an update over here, that would be wonderful. Yeah, Ding really. I mean, today I thought that he's going to not make a mistake, but chess is becoming tough and tougher, yeah, for him. This is endgame cakewalk for GM, catwalk for GM. Don't know why Magnus playing till the end. No. It's a great thing that he's playing till the end because he has seen in the earlier games how the dead drawn games have completely changed, or where he had pressure on the opponent, that has completely changed. So no way he's not good. Rook g5 you guys were suggesting here. Yeah, you could play a rook g5, but what next? There's nothing. He goes rook e5. Look at Pragg. Now he's not taking any time. He has 9 minutes 38 seconds and he's making the moves pretty quickly. So it's Magnus's strategy, getting Pragg to 1 minute and then slow and steady pushing the pawns. He's waiting. He's waiting with every move that Pragg should use his time. Pragg knows that. Pragg is like, नहीं बस नहीं चाहिए, समय नहीं चाहिए अभी और इधर मेरे को फास्ट खेलना है. That's what he's saying. Blocking the pawn. So one thing I want to check still, if g4 check here, okay. Now you go rook c4, g5. Let's say if you get such a position, this is hanging, so king g4. I wait, I do nothing. Because if this rook comes to f6, then your king needs to be over here. So let's say I go rook b5. Now I do nothing. Let's say I go rook b7 check first. You have to go behind because if you go king e6, the problem is quickly. Jaldi batao. If you go king e6, the problem is g4 is on the board, by the way. Yes. Gargi Abel Siddhant. Absolutely right. Rook g7 and you lose the pawn, everything is defended. Don't make this blunder, so you go back. Then rook b6, you attack this, king g7, rook f6. यहाँ तक भी आ गया. You do nothing. What next? Here you do nothing. Here you do nothing. So eventually the king might come here, and then you still can't progress because the rook goes to e4. Okay, so in the game, king g2 was played, rook a3, king f2. That's what Magnus is doing, bringing his king over here to the queen side. Magnus is like, एंड तक खेलूंगा मैं फुटबॉल खेलता हूँ. I have amazing stamina, Pragg. Let me tire you for Armageddon. Not just about classical. Armageddon is like a part of this round. So he's not looking at this as only one single game. Even if it goes into a draw, the whole thing is going to impact till the end when they're playing. It will impact their energy, which will be in Armageddon game. Who is leading in this tournament? Magnus Carlsen is leading in this tournament. Today, Praggnanandhaa is playing the leader, and Vaishali is also playing the leader in the women's tournament. So, oh, we have a result. Ding versus Fabiano has ended in a draw. Ding versus Fabiano, at which point did they agree for a draw? 95 d5. Ding offered a draw, Fabi accepted it. So it goes into Armageddon for them. And Hikaru versus Alireza. Somehow Alireza has found counterplay. How does this guy do it? 5 minutes on the clock, 8 moves to be made. No increment until 40 moves. So anything under 10 seconds would be super dangerous. But now with the queen on e5, with the bishop here, yes, there is good enough counterplay for white. Okay, very quickly going to Pragg versus Magnus. Pragg played king f7. Rook e3. The only one thing which Pragg must take care is to not exchange the rooks. Going into king pawn endgames. In fact, many of you keep asking about how to improve your long calculation. And one of the things which really can help you is to try and solve king pawn endgame. Start with two kings and one side has one pawn each, and then often it is a race. Yeah, it's more like a race. You have to keep calculating बहुत पहले से. मेरा pawn h4 h5 h5 इसका pawn यहाँ तक, so किसका queen पहले बनता है, and those long calculations where even one move goes wrong, it's a problem. Such endgames really help your long calculation. So that's something which, and they are in Silman's endgames, by the way. You should check those also out. Some of them are in Silman's endgames, but you will find them, I believe, from Mega Database also through filters. It helps. Yeah, Rook F1. Dombivli Masta. What is that, Sakar? Am I missing something? King G8. Arjun is now world number 4. That is insane. Yeah, Arjun is completely, as Carlsen calls him, madman. Why he offered a drop before 40th move? I think it's more to do with his um, health and his form, and we have seen that he's spoken about it in the interviews. He's struggling with some issues, so that way I think it's not easy. It's not easy to get back, but I would still say that he is got back from where he was, so he's progressed, which means that at some point he would be out of whatever issues he will be having. Nothing is permanent, guys. Nothing. In fact, such stories become eventually so inspiring that it's kind of rising rising up from the ashes. That kind of a thing. If he's able to do it, then imagine how many people will get inspired who would have got in something similar to Ding's state of mind. It may need not be about chess, but in general in life. And then you feel like, yes, you can also. It gives hope. So there's a hope in that story, I feel. Let's see. King f8 played. Improve your chess. Sagar has written a blog about it on Sagar Shah Blogspot Chess or something. You can, how did I forget it? Sagar Shah Chess or something. He has two blogs actually. So at that point of time, he used to write. So you can check out the whole story there. Our love story part 1. Check it out. Rook a4. Pragg is like, I need to do nothing. That's important because if I try to do something, I might land up in trouble sometimes, you know. It's more like patience. What Pragg is saying, I have a lot of patience. If I have patience, then fine. But if I get angry, that's not the best thing. That is what Pragg is saying over here. So Rook h1 played by Pragg. He's saying, ek pawn, when are you exchanging, Magnus? Are you going to play g5? Are you going to commit that? Or are you going to exchange this where, you know, with one pawn exchange, either it will land up in the theoretical Philidor position, which is a draw, and I know how to draw. Whenever you try to take the shelter of your pawn on f5, I will try to give you check from here, in fact, long checks. If you are here, I'll keep my rook here and I'll try to give a check from here so that your pawn cannot be pushed. No, 6th rank check actually, that's the best. So Pragg knows his theoretical endgames, and you don't really have to calculate. That's one advantage of knowing the endgames. Ding drew. Yeah, I think the bar has not been updated. I will update it, but let me adjust a bit later. Subscriber count is stuck. Okay, let's move it. Let's move it. We are very close to 600. We have crossed 600 subscribers. So 16,52,619 subscribers. Awesome. Wow. Shiva Shankar asks, does being out of form in this tournament impact his World Chess Champion title game? No, in a normal scenario, when you're out of form, it doesn't, because you know it's like when we say form is temporary, class is permanent. That is what the thing is. But here it is more psychological reasons, which we don't know the absolute depth of it, so we cannot comment on it. And he is in a very difficult spot. And we all hope that he's back in his, you know, regular form, because then it is going to be amazing to see that fight. Magnus thinking too much might be helpful to Pragg, as Carlsen is kinda older. Says can keep things. Carlsen is older, but Carlsen is more experienced. Carlsen has a lot of, you know, his fitness, his stamina is known for that. So he's definitely not going to get tired. So g5 on the board, but Hikaru flagged him. Hikaru flagged him in Armageddon. That would be very inspiring. Pragg will be 3 minutes lesser than Carlsen, and Magnus would know how to manage his time. So Armageddon is not an easy task to do with to play with Magnus with the black pieces. Har says how subscriber count is going up and up very frequent. Yeah, it's I mean, this is, maybe you can say it's a best phase for the subscriber count. So we are very lucky, and not really, it's not a very normal thing. So yeah, when it is there, let's enjoy it. King g7. Now if you give a check, If the king comes to f6, but the rook is sitting there, so check. Where will the king go? King goes to g8, let's say. If I go king e5, important must be to not give a check, because if you give a check, it's a problem. Blunder. Yeah. When the king comes to f6, the problem is you don't have this check, and that is very important. So don't give such a check. You can go far off so that when the king comes to f6, you can give this side check. This technique you can keep in mind. The king goes back, you can give a check again, or you can try to hold his pawn. King f6, there is check. No, not that. I blundered. Not rook f4. How is it working? King g6 with the idea of check. Rook f8. Still fine. Still fine. This is the move you wanted to make. Though I prefer rook b6 check, just feels safer. Okay, so king e5 played, rook f2 check, rook f2 played by Pragg, waiting, patience, see Pragg's patience. Magnus goes king f6, rook f4, and this is the variation we are entering. An important move to make. Rook f8 is the only move you will have to make, which he makes it, and we are soon going towards the draw. Rook g7 check, king h8. 7 minutes for Pragg, so he has taken care to not go to 10 seconds. That would be a problem. Magnus is going to repeat here, I believe. Or maybe if he has played till here, he might as well. But then that is like, Pragg, come on, you might still make a blunder. And Pragg is like, no, Magnus. अब मैं छोटा बच्चा नहीं रहा. That's what Pragg would be saying. Yes, a draw there. I would really admire Pragg's player, the way he gave no chance for Magnus to put pressure on him, and the comfort with which he managed the draw. The time management was also very good. So amazingly played by Praggnanandhaa. In another 15 minutes, we will be having Armageddon. It's 12:22 a.m. Let's say around 12:40 a.m. we will have Magnus versus Pragg. Guys, are you excited? Maybe this poll stays. We can continue with the same poll. You can change your vote if you want, or you can have it. The question remains the same. Who will win today? Magnus, Pragg, and draw. Patience is the key. Yes, that is the lesson today. From Pragg, we have learned patience is the key. Cool. That's cool. Alireza is having great resistance against world number 2 Bar. Yeah, because Nakamura is having such a great form. So it is great that Alireza did bounce back. Agree, which is your comment? I did not read, and I'm sorry, but I won't be able to read all the comments. But definitely, if you write something interesting, I would read it mostly. If anything is positive, interesting, knowledge giving, something we'll definitely read. Negative comments we generally don't read. It's a lot of negativity anyway existing in the world. Why to add to it more? Nubi asks, is there any difference buying Chessbase from Chessbase India or chessbase.com website? Yes, the prices are different, but you will need to be having an Indian account to make the payment, and only a few countries can access that. So that is the difference. It's more affordable. That is the whole idea for India and talents and in the spending capacity. This is why Chessbase has been very kind, and 8 years ago they agreed for something like this. Carlsen is very upset he couldn't win. Pragg, on the other hand, comfortably pushing Carlsen to draw, says Balaji. I think normally Carlsen is. I don't actually. Are you sure Carlsen was upset with this draw? because uh, he didn't have that level of pressure on Pragg. So I'm not sure. I think he was just trying, but he never had that pressure. And also sometimes if he's upset, it's more like not on the opponent, because he's that those days are gone for him. He's matured now. Harsh says love to see chess audience is also growing. Absolutely. Hey, very quickly, let's go to other game. This is Nakamura's game, by the way. Oh my God, Alireza has equalized from such a. You can say that in a way you were completely locked in a house. It was so difficult to get out of there. Like you didn't have the key, anything, phone, nothing. And from that situation, you are out of the house. Wow, tremendous, unbelievable. By the way, Vaishali's game is still going slow and steady, and Vaishali down to 2 minutes. It's equal. We will get there very quickly. Let me just give an assessment for this. Rook c5 attacks f5 and a5. Naka defends the a5, but f5 is going to be lost. So, which means the pawns are going to be equal after rook f5 check. The king either can go to h4 or the king can go to h6 or g6. King h4 looks tempting, going towards this knight. But then you give a check again. You push the king behind, you give a check again, and that could be a draw. Maybe the ends in a draw. If Naka wants to try saying that my rook pawn, you remember against the knight, that too your knight is here at the edge of the board. It's like sitting at that college ka katta, kuch nahi kar raha hai. And then Alireza will have to prove that no, Naka, my knight can definitely defend. So king h6, king g3. Firstly, you try to activate your king. a4, and there is no rook a5. So this will be something which I think Naka will still have chances, especially if this goes in time pressure. Oh, 42 seconds for time pressure. Alireza. It's tough. 6 minutes for Naka. I think practically tough for Alireza. Naka still has great chances to make it complex and bring Alireza down to 10 seconds. It's going to be very hard to, whenever a pawn is about to queen, to find a moves. Lot of complexities. बहुत tough है. हो गया शुरू इसका. Pawn reaching a4. Knight goes to f4. Oh, Ju versus Pia. Checkmate. Checkmate on the board. बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, but let's try to see यहाँ पे. We'll stick to this one because king f2 91. What I'm keen is Nakamura going to manage outwitting Alireza Firouzja? Arijit says actually here the South Indian food chain is sponsoring the Norway Chess thanks to our great young players. It's so amazing that I think South Indian is a food everyone loves, and Pragg would definitely be loving that generally. So I believe this time Nagalakshmi would not be having to prepare the food. Ding Armageddon just started. Ding versus Caruana. Guys, what is it you want to see? If wait a second, let's do a poll very quickly. If d4 for Ding game, Ding versus Fabi. d4 for Ding, e4 for Alireza versus Hikaru, h4 for Vaishali. Bapre. This guys, how do I decide between e4 and d4? This is so tough. So we have to keep maybe a bit shifting between both this, and sometimes also look at Vaishali. It's going to get complicated to be there. But e4 right now is winning, which is the. So it is this game reconnected again. We are back. Let's look at this final moments there. Nakamura, can he beat Alireza? And we will go to Ding Liren's game. Opening, it's just opening. They've started to play. It's gonna get interesting in a little bit while. So Rook A7 check by Alireza. I want to see if Nakamura can get Alireza under some time pressure. So if king f6, that is a big blunder. Knight d5 fork, you have to be careful, which means there is a barrier for the king. The king has to go to the last rank. The king will have to go back to g6, but then jumps knight e6 with the attack on g7. You don't have a3, the rook stops that. Another move to spend here, but then if you make another move, there is rook g7 check. So Alireza has actually found a nice idea. King goes to g8, knight e6 on the board. With 1 minute, Alireza also gains these 10 and seconds. He is very alert for the counterplay. Rook goes to b6, attacks the knight. Now you don't have time to take here, because if you take here, rook g6 and you win this rook. Though this still might be a draw or what. But after rook b6, what Alireza goes simply knight c5, attacks the a4 pawn. Naka gives a check. But how is he going to defend the a4 pawn now? If the king goes to f4, king goes to f2. King f2, rook h6. He's saying you take this pawn and I will take this pawn. But you can simply defend a pawn. He will then defend with rook h4. No, Alireza says I don't care. You take the h2 pawn anyway. I have 2 pawns here. So knight a4, knight a4. Rook a4 going to happen on the game board. Okay, this is a draw. This is just no doubt about it. It's going to end in a draw. Quickly going to Vaishali's game. By the way, Pia Cramling, Ju Wenjun, this ended. This is the last position. Knight f8 was played. And here a checkmate was happening with queen f7 check, king h8, queen e8 check. So Ju Wenjun beats Pia Cramling. Vaishali's game has ended in a draw, so they will also have Armageddon. And Humpy is playing. Humpy is in trouble in the rook endgame. Fe6, fe6. The pawn is pushing, so Humpy in big trouble. It would only be a miracle if she can fight back. So going to Ding's game. We are at Ding's Armageddon here. Knight e1 was the last move played by Ding Liren with the two fianchetto bishops. What are these pawns called? Guys, what do we call these pawns? d5 and c5. How many of you know that? How many of you know that? Yes, Adarsh, Lone Wolf, Helen, Sujit. Absolutely, these are the hanging pawns. You know, they are the pawns on the open files, both the semi-open files generally. There are pawns on the adjacent files and they are always under pressure. So a right time they have to decide whether to push this one guy or whether to push the other guy. But they are constantly under pressure, but you get the piece activity because of the hanging pawns. So it's c4 played by Caruana, which was actually not the best idea, but knight f4, all the pressure on the d5 pawn, 4 pieces. You can see 1, 2, 3 guys are defending it, 4 guys are attacking it. Bishop goes to b4. Now the queen has to move. Actually, queen has to go to c2. Can he go there? Because if you go to e3, d4 looks very dangerous. So more natural to go to c2. So that's why he will find it. Queen c2. Only question is there any disco? He will have to be a bit alert for such a move. Queen c2, c takes b3. Because if you take with the pawn, then there will be this knight jumping somewhere. Where exactly? But even knight a5 would work and you will win the b3 pawn. Great move. And if you take with the queen, then you will have to be alert about these discos. But maybe there is nothing to worry because d4 doesn't really do anything special. Knight e6 is always there, correct. So yeah, queen b3. So queen c2 is the move. Ding has to find it. Will he find it? Let's see. Or will he get intimidated by the open file and then go queen e3? Okay, and can he go bishop c3? Because if you go bishop c3, takes Queen c3, again d4, and I don't like these pawns over here. Though there are a lot of calculations. No, he goes queen c2. Ding finds a good move. Queen c2. He's able to calculate. Oh, Magnus versus Praggnanandhaa is... No, it's going to start. It's going to start in 5 more minutes, I think. 5 more minutes, Rakshit. 5 more minutes for Armageddon. Humpy resigns. Okay. Humpy resigns. That game is over. Humpy has... No, Humpy is not resigned. The game is going on, but yeah, it's completely lost. H7 is on the board, and then you are losing this. We will stay here. Queen c2, knight a5 has been played without taking here. Knight a5 directly played by Fabi. A classy move for white. Actually, not even classy, yeah, because you are attacking this 3 guys, but then it is knight and rook against this queen. So you're winning a pawn. cb3 is a big threat. Let me also see in the meantime very quickly if I can call Sagar. Yes, bishop d5. Ding in form. He goes bishop d5. An important move to find and to see that if c takes b3 first of all is a big problem. I thought bishop takes e6 is the move, but then not the right move, because I thought if takes, then you have rook d7, and yes, that is winning, which is on the board. By the way, c takes b3 on the board. Only move to find, a difficult move, white to play. Can Ding find a move, guys? White to play. Please try to think. No, Ding doesn't find it. It's so difficult. The move was so difficult. Can you try to even suggest very quickly? We don't have much time, so I'll just take 3-4 suggestions here. But the move was queen c8 has been suggested, but rook c8 is the problem there. Or maybe for queen c8, rook c8 was a problem. Bishop e6, yes, he played it. But queen e4, yeah, Kedar, Parikshit, Anandu, absolutely, this move was so tough to find. You defend this, you've got out of this problem. If b takes a2 will be played, then there is a disco here which we are waiting for. And if bishop d5 would be played, then there is queen b4. You pick up this bishop, attack this knight, so, and you are attacking this. So amazing move, but very understandable why it was missed. So bishop e6 was played. Rook takes c2 on the board, and Fabi is back in the game. Rook takes d7, but still it's important that Ding, there's a lot of things happening. It's chaos on the board in the Armageddon. Ding should be having 3 minutes more, and you can see he's at least having 2 minutes more on the clock. Rook takes d7. He has to take this. Not much to calculate. Bishop d7. Now, he can't take here because this is hanging. So natural would be takes, bishop takes, and b takes a2. We'll be reaching that position. Rook c1, bishop c1. Black is a piece down, but he has a very powerful pawn on a2. Takes, and yes, look at this move. Deflection. If you take, there is a queen. You can't take it. You have to move the bishop somewhere. Oh, bishop a1 would be a blunder, because for bishop a1 there might be knight b3. Not a blunder, but I would not allow you a tempo. Why should I? Why shall he? Because bishop c3 is a direct possibility. Oh, look at the draw. Bishop b4. Because if you move the knight to b3, let's say, then the bishop jumps to a4, attacks this knight. If a1 queen, then you take, knight takes, and the knight is trapped forever. Oh, what a perpetual. But with this draw, it means that Fabi beats Ding. But it is such a nice draw. It's a perpetual to the bishop in a fun way, if we call it. Oh, amazing draw. Amazing, amazing. Crazy. Completely crazy, I would say. Yeah, it's a draw. So we are soon gonna have 2 very critical Armageddons, Pragg, Magnus, and Nakamura, Alireza. Let me check. I'll check, but I don't want to wake him up, but still I'm gonna just check once. Okay, and the game is drawn, which means that Caruana beats Ding Liren. But I would say Ding really played amazing games. He had advantage in both the games. It has ended in a draw. Just to show you all that after bishop c3, if you don't go bishop b4, it's a beautiful, beautiful knight trap with. Oh, game have started. Praggnanandhaa d4. Sagar is joining us very quickly in a minute. So d4, knight f6, bishop f4. Magnus plays London system against Praggnanandhaa. e3, bishop f5. Can we say reverse London system? c4, e6. Knight c3, bishop d6. Bishop takes d6. And if you remember today what Vaishali had played, it was something cd6. It could be a reverse thing. But queen takes d6 by Praggnanandhaa. Queen b3. Now that you have the bishop on f5, a soft spot here on b7, and Magnus goes and attacks there. Queen b7, b6 quickly played by Pragg. Not worrying about the light squares. Knight develops to f3. Pragg short castles. Magnus develop his bishop to e2. He doesn't have a beautiful diagonal here, which normally puts pressure on h7. Pragg takes the pawn. This is the first, releasing the tension from the center. He's the one to commit. The queen captures to c4 just because, it feels like bishop takes c4, bishop e2 a bit develop hua tha. So bishop c4 is not what white wants to go. a6, he wants to go b5, knight bd7, c5 and challenge the center. That's what Pragg wants to do. Normally the bishop would also be happy to be on this diagonal. Knight d7 on the board. The queen looks a little misplaced at some point after c5. It has to figure out where to go. So that's why he took this, calling the queen here and then again using the queen to attack and to fulfill your own plans of attack, challenging the center. So knight bd7 by Pragg. Magnus is down to 8 minutes 45 seconds. Pragg having 6 minutes. Is Magnus going to be able to keep that 3 minutes time difference? Very important. Very, very, very important. Rook d1, b5. Queen goes to b3. And there we have Sagar Shah. Please do not even try to miss this. It's a dream. Right now, this is a dream happening, Sagar.
Yeah, it seems like Praggnanandhaa out of the opening has a very good position because all he needs is a draw. But it seems like he has it all under control. All the pieces are well developed. The rook can come into the center of the board and go here, but Magnus says I'm hitting the bishop. How about dropping the bishop back? Yes, he plays it to g6. Amruta, I guess this one little thing is going to haunt black, which is this square on c6.
I have my knight, which is going to jump to e5. And the way Pragg held last classical game with Magnus, not letting him to put pressure on him, I think he's kind of got the hang of how to play with Magnus.
Yeah.
That way. Oh, but
Look at this. Rook a7. Just when you said he seems to have gotten a hang of it, rook c8 was what I was thinking. But then there is bishop b7 attacking the rook and the pawn.
Why didn't go knight e5 is my question.
No, rook is hanging.
Sorry.
So rook a7.
In fact, I might even have an exchange sack. Not sure.
Yeah, but rook a7.
Rook a7 is fine. What is the problem here? Rook c1, you go queen g5 or b6.
Well, in a way, Amrita, if you go here, you are kind of giving up on the queen
Correct.
side.
Correct.
So let's say knight c6, and it does look quite scary for black. So maybe these are the kind. Oh, he goes queen g5. Your move is on the board, Amruta.
Knight c6. You also mentioned about the square, Sagar. Knight on c6, but a good move.
Ooh.
What a move by Pragg. Counter attack.
What a
If
move.
knight a7,
True.
knight f3. If knight a7, very quickly, if you show that rook sack.
Take, check, king h1, and now Amrita
Knight h4.
going in for the kill.
Wow, and if
completely.
g takes f3, the final move, knight f2, a typical mating pattern, checkmate in one.
Yeah, so takes, and now a4 hitting on this queen side, which is a little bit overextended. B takes a4. Pragg has no real problems to spoil the structure or anything. He takes on a4, Amrita, just like the main game as well.
Oh yes. Actually, for Magnus, I don't even know where he could have made it better. But
And you can see how little moves by Praggnanandhaa, just trying to be in there in the game, taking care of the back rank problems, Amrita, so that now takes, and rook b8 will work.
beautiful. I love that he's placed everything on the dark squares except for his light square bishop, जो कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता है. Sujit says, I am Ritan Sagar. I am watching this from Saudi Arabia. We love your videos and a best commentary by Sagar and Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Sujit. And Amrita, now we should take, and now rook b8 is what I am assuming to be a very good move. But let's see if this turns out, because Magnus has played bishop e2, and Amrita, after queen takes queen, knight takes queen, Pragg will be very close to a draw.
But he didn't play queen takes queen.
He didn't.
Went knight d5, attacked the queen.
And very quickly, Magnus goes with his queen, saying to Pragg that I am okay with keeping the queens on the board.
Yeah, it's nice. Karthik asks, hi guys, I'm new to this. How does every coins come back? Few minutes ago, only rook and king were present. This is a new game. That game ended in a draw. And it's Armageddon.
Yeah, that's very important, Karthik. That chess is not the same game played every day over a month or year. Now it's like chess has become very quick as well. So here there are 2 games in a day. If it's a draw.
It is a draw. Viras is watching from Abu Dhabi. This channel is my addiction. We have wonderful memories of Abu Dhabi.
Oh yes, absolutely stunning. You should definitely go to the Corniche. And Amrita, queen b6 played, taking control here. Is there any way in which white can try and make use of this?
I want to go e4, Sagar.
e4 does look like an interesting move, just that this knight jumps in and attacks the bishop.
And bishop f1.
He goes bishop f3, Amrita.
Oh. So the threat is you take the knight and win the pawn.
Yeah, this is just to take. And also this bishop here is not doing much for the time being, although it's a very nicely placed piece. Sometimes you know, Amrita, in how it is that you are very busy, but none of the work that you do is actually fulfilling. And I think this
I
bishop...
think none of the work you do is efficient. You're very busy. कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है आगे.
And that's the true thing about that bishop. Also, Amrita, look at Pragg's time. He has 2 minutes 53 seconds. Carlsen has 5 minutes 36 seconds. Rook b8, trying to attack the pawn on b2. What will you do here now? I think Pragg is okay with this. He's ready to take. He's saying that you can also take, I'll take, and then we'll play that position.
That position will be better for Pragg, right? With the a pawn, if you take on d5.
Yeah, with all the experience that we've had, it seems like bishop takes knight would give white something to play for. But yeah, he's taken.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But now I don't think he will take the pawn on d5. He'll first protect it because d5. He's going to fight with the knight against bishop.
So you think that he will push his pawn to
No,
b3?
rook d2. I think he'll keep his pawn on dark square.
True, true. Rook d2 does seem like a wonderful move because you are not extending your pawns. Once these pawns start to advance, they do make some weaknesses behind. But for the time being, white is trying to be solid.
Because how do I support the d5 pawn after rook d2 is my question.
Yeah, that's true. It's not at all easy, and perhaps it's important
Rook
to
d8.
create, yes, rook d8 or rook c7.
Oh, he plays b3. Actually, you were right.
He plays it. Amruta, now maybe a4 is there somewhere on the hand, because if knight takes, you lose the b3 pawn. If pawn takes, then so many people will get to know about the white pieces here.
What white pieces?
I mean-
get to know. कौन सा breaking news है सागर?
Yeah, Amruta, sometimes rook c7 has been played here. You can see Praggnanandhaa now putting his rook here. But Amruta, Magnus seems to have gotten the edge. Oh, 96.
What? Oh, that knight on d4 and a typical position which Magnus would love to grind with more time.
Yes.
Sagar.
Also, guys, you can't do this because of take, and losing the rook here. So you have to take, and now knight takes. Ooh, this is not easy.
This is strategically. Like you are a positional player, and I think you have won such games. With 2 minutes for Pragg against Magnus, what do you think? Any chances?
Very tough, because firstly Magnus has more time on the clock. Secondly, this knight cannot be moved. This is a weakness. There are no targets. He goes bishop c2, very active. Maybe he's attacking here and here. There's no way that you're going to take this bishop. I feel it's just,
Yeah,
Oh,
rook endgame would be
look
your
at
draw.
this, Amrita. If you play here, then he can come back, because then there's a check that is coming in.
Yeah. So what is the best move? Because computer says white is just better.
The
Rook
best move is rook f1, because then you are just
hard.
losing this pawn. But
Very
if
hard.
what happens to rook e1 is rook c3, Amruta, hitting here. But if you play rook f1 and then this happens, then I take.
It is protected here. There is no rook c1, I think.
Yes, rook a3 and no rook c1, as Amruta rightly pointed out. With rook on e1, that is possible. Wow. Do you think he'll find it? No, he doesn't. He plays rook dc1, bishop d3. Well, bishop g6 according to the engines was a better move, but he's gone bishop d3.
And Rajesh says, I'm watching from USA. I don't know chess, but I like your videos on this channel.
Thank you,
That is
Rajesh.
amazing. Preet says, I have mailed you regarding your presence of chief guest. He will check.
So bishop d3. Thank you so much, Preet. He goes. Amruta, look at this. Takes f3, so that there's no back rank issues. Maybe g4 or h4 was also an idea, but f3, rook c5, defending here, king f2, h5, king e1. And he's going to bring his king to the center of the game.
Oh, we have 3,300 people watching.
But
Sagar.
Amruta, more importantly, right now there seems to be not really a way in which Magnus can break through here. But that's how every of his opponent thinks, and then Magnus does break through. Let's see. Oh, he is ready to
No,
even...
but the way Pragg has shown patience in the last game, I'm very hopeful.
Look at how the bishop is taking care of these light squares. Pawn is taking care of the dark squares. So together they are limiting the movement of the white
Together
king.
they're very strong.
But this was knight e2, Amruta, so that the king can come to the center, and then the knight could try and attack the d5 pawn.
So right now predict. Kya hoega?
I think it will be a draw, Amruta, because
Then that means Pragg beats Magnus.
Again,
Do you
yes,
know that?
Pragg beats-
If that is a draw.
Pragg would beat Magnus for the second time and
Okay, but
A4.
only thing is he doesn't beat in a game as such. It's more like a match. Lone Wolf says how Sagar wakes up from a nap and gets into calculations directly. Completely amazes me.
Amruta, now if you take bishop a4 is already a nice position for black. So if white wants to keep the pawns, has to play b4, but then a3, knight comes here, and then there are many ways in which black can try and fight. One of them is to go with the king slowly. a2, knight a2, king b5, and you try to create play on the queen side.
Yeah, that rook pawn often gives some play. Bishop a4.
Oh, he took. He did not play
Abhi to
p4.
khatam
Knight
hai na.
f4. Not. No, Amruta. It's not
Oh,
over.
only the time pressure because 1 second mein it is about flagging down. Now
Yeah.
the whole thing is about Pragg's time. He cannot survive on time. And because Magnus has faced this against Hikaru.
Yeah, it's also time. And Amruta, on the other hand, this is such a tough position. But Pragg is ready to give up the first pawn. Knight takes pawn. I think he will just move his king away. That's his plan. So Magnus taking his time. He has 1 minute 30 seconds. Praggnanandhaa. Oh, he moves his king up. Now I think a check again will follow.
Tough. It's very tough. Sagar in 20 seconds, it's very tough.
It's not at all easy. I agree with you, Amruta, but this is the chance for Pragg. He's close to a draw. The engines also think the extra pawn is not very fatal. Bishop comes here trying to attack the g4 pawn, but there's always g5 to save the pawn.
But only if Pragg manages to stay about 10 seconds, I think. Then he can draw. Only if they're both equally on 10 seconds.
Yeah.
No.
He goes king f6 and Amruta now. Do you think e5 check?
Looks good.
Or he goes
G5.
g5?
And then he's going to put his knight on f6. Hard.
King e5. And now Amruta bishop c2 trying to attack here and that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Pragg is lost because after this, which was not the best move, king f8 was the correct move. He goes knight f6, king f8 now trying to come out, but king d6 is just game over. Yes, he finds it. Now the king is completely boxed in.
Look
And
at that.
king d8, check, king goes
E7.
up, step by step.
You can never enter a king pawn endgame.
Step by step here, Amruta. Completely winning.
How?
position.
Oh, knight f7. What a move.
What a move.
What
a move.
Amazing.
Wow. And Pragg has to resign now because e7,
Like,
e8
what
coming.
a knight. What a knight.
And if you take here, king takes, it's a draw.
Draw no.
Sorry, it's a win for white. And Pragg has resigned. Magnus has managed to win. What a turnaround, right, Amruta, at the end. I think it was such an important moment here where Pragg, instead of bishop f5, perhaps had to play, not bishop f5 here. Actually, there were other moment. Here, instead of bishop d3, he had to go king f8.
It's so difficult to understand that at this point of time you have to go there.
Because king here, the pawn falls, so you have to play knight f6.
Now?
And now king e7, so that you have more space. But Pragg just missed that moment. He played here, knight came in. Now he tried to come up, but then white stopped him.
But is knight f7 the only way? That's what, because it is very easy to miss knight f7 in time pressure.
Yeah, it could
We were
be.
also pretty much shocked. But if that is the only way, then understandable. Why would somebody go king e7?
Yeah, it's possible that this is the only way to win, to go on here, take on f7, play e6. But I think, Amrita, this something that
Amazing.
the knight
Magnus,
is always better than the bishop when it comes to playing on both
Yeah.
colors.
and Magnus just didn't even think, for knight f7 was a hand move for him.
Yeah, too good. Too good. And so Magnus manages to score back the win, Amruta, here. It's an important thing.
Yeah.
Oh, did Ding lost, right?
Yeah, I mean, both the games were draw, but then towards the end he lost.
And I think Hikaru may want to win this game with black so that Alireza Firouzja, uh, I mean, he wins and also he is able to keep that half a point distance from Magnus.
True. And a quick look at Vaishali's Armageddon if it has started.
Yes, it has almost about to be in that critical moment, Amrita. While now I think Vaishali is in trouble because the opponent has the bishop pair. Ooh, look at this. F5 by Anna.
Anna is also a player who wants to do something aggressive. Like she doesn't
Yeah.
like to just sit. She wants some active play.
And now Queen B7.
But
Knight.
knights are generally dangerous in
Knight
less
also
time.
on E4. The knight looks so good, Amrita. So pretty, this knight.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that the double bishop advantage is a problem.
Yeah, definitely. The knights are excellent, but at the same time, they are replicating the role of each other. So, you would want maybe one knight to be traded with this good bishop and the other knight to be kept on the board with this not so good bishop. And then white is able to press.
So Vaishali is in a must win situation, and she has to maintain that 2 minutes, which she's able to as of now. And she's also going towards her favorite attacking style. So queen on g4.
Queen C7 is played now. I don't know if Amruta A4 and knight B5 is an idea.
Rook g3 is more to Vaishali's style.
Yeah, or just knight G3 and bringing the other rook in, other knight in could be an idea as well. Right now, Vaishali has 3 minutes 55 seconds, and as you rightly pointed out, if she has more time in time pressure, where Magnus is down to last, Anna is down to last few seconds, she can be able to convert.
But it is a very tough position for this time which they have. Like generally in women's chess, what we are looking at, slow and steady, suddenly towards the end, like they take a lot more time.
Your move, Amruta, rook E3.
It's more to Vaishali's style, Sagar.
Yes, you have understood her style quite well. Rook E3 with the idea of rook G3, Amruta. Goes bishop to G5. And now, can we take here? Because if rook takes
But then the
G5,
dark square bishop you want to take?
there's a check. And then this.
And then 94 and you win the pawn.
So you have to take with the pawn now.
Then it is a happy thing because later you will have h6.
But Amruta, you exchanged your knight for the bishop, which you wanted it to be on the board because it's the bad piece for black. But for the time being now, black has a good bishop.
But then the good bishop
blunders. She blunders.
Oh,
because
Anna
takes with the rook. So that means Vaishali.
The good bishop cannot defend the d6 pawn. No, the good bishop cannot support the bad pawn.
True.
Vaishali is better with 2 minutes extra. Great news.
I think very important game for Vaishali's confidence also, because she's lost 2 classical games now. She lost to Humpy and yesterday, before that, to Wenjun.
Now she wins the pawn.
Attacking here and here. So let's say knight takes.
The d6 is such a base of that pawn chain that everything crumbles. E5, c5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Vaishali is thinking about Amruta with which piece to take on d6. She can take with the knight. She takes with the knight. Good move there. And Amruta, one of the things is if you play rook rook f6, trying to attack this way, there's knight e8.
Knight e8 is often a fork which you can miss because last rank pay nobody thinks the knight is going.
The way bishop c8 played and
knight
Vaishali takes. And
rook e5, no?
Another.
No, why not rook e5?
Rook e5, queen e6, Amrita.
Ah, shit.
And then you will have to take with the rook and you lose the key
Important
pawn.
pawn. Oh, then you have to go in a rook end game. That's is that a good news or a bad news?
Well, I mean, if take, you will see that this is weak, this is weak. So, seems like white should be able to uh,
3 isolated pawns
press.
for black.
Yeah.
So queen c8 on the board. Vaishali down to 1 minute 45 seconds. 30 seconds for Anna. Prakhar says Vaishali's loss yesterday against Humpy threw away her chances in this tournament.
Not
really.
yet. Not
Yeah,
yet. I mean, of course, that did take away some of her chances, but I think she will continue this. But today, Amrita, Wenjun has beaten Pia Cramling.
Oh yes, it was a nice meet. By the way, the moves are happening, Sagar. Can we look at that? Look at
She
that.
did take, and played b4. Ooh. This is always a risky move because after take, and she played e4, good move. The d5 pawn is hanging, and I think it will be too less material to be able to convert this into something.
So Anna did manage to make
Instead
a
of
comeback.
b4, just rook e4 would have been very strong.
I wanted to stop the rook on h5 from becoming active actually.
Yeah, just step by step would have been very good, but okay, e4.
Good move by Anna.
Oh, maybe Amrita, I was thinking if you take instead of d6, rook c5, rook c5, bc, rook d5, and now here with the idea of pushing the pawn.
Still looks like white can fight for something.
Yes, but
Because
somehow black is okay, and
king
at
f1,
some
king
point,
you're reaching f5. Rook c5 check king a6. It will go. It can go into a king pawn endgame, Sagar. With
by
with
the
a
way,
mistake
this is such a
from
nice
black.
moment, right? B takes c5. There is just take here and or take with this rook, and black is fine. So takes on e4, takes on d6, c5. So I think Amrita, you are essentially pawn up as white.
And that's a b pawn, Sagar. Does it matter? It will matter, right? In comparison to a pawn. This is such a tough endgame. 2 seconds for Vaishali, 5 for Anna. Look at the time.
Yeah, there's very little time on the clock.
In fact, you can get flagged.
Let's see. I think this is good news for Vaishali, how the position has turned around and that she has an extra pawn.
How can black even go into anything better?
No, this is fine. It's fine for black.
Yeah, king h4, king h5. Oh, don't get into that meeting net. Rook h3.
Here you mean?
King h4.
Yeah.
Oh, Vaishali wins on time.
Whoa, what a result we have, Amrita. Big result. Vaishali gets that crucial 1.5 points with this win, and which means that she still has chances of winning this tournament.
Yeah, she beats the leader actually. Anna was leading the event, and this game really helps her.
With a score of 1.5 to 1. So Vaishali wins, Pragg loses, and Humpy has lost the classical game.
Yeah. And all the games are maybe over now because, yeah, this is also ending. Firouzja is winning.
Firouzja is impossible to beat in Armageddon.
And Firouzja is like the way he fought back from that insanely passive position. Can't believe it. And
Yeah,
generally
that's
Nakamura doesn't miss it, yeah. So knight e7 played. Just now he's just going to pick this up. Actually, it's not even exchange. Rook for two pieces for a rook. But look at the number of pawns. It's like 2 pieces for, if he takes this, 3 pawns and a rook. That's a lot. Hikaru had blundered, yeah? Was he just very quickly anywhere? No, it was slow and steady, it seems. Ju Wenjun is 15 and Vaishali should be on 11 and half. No. Ju, it's not. It was only Alireza beats Nakamura. It's over. After knight c8, either his flag fell or he resigned. Look at the time Alireza had on his clock. 3 minutes 23 seconds. It's like with white he managed to keep that time difference, and almost like how Naka beat Magnus in some way. You can't beat Nakamura, who is in such a great form, in this way. Crazy. Alireza is really amazing. So all the results done. Actually, all the results done today. All the men's games, they went into Armageddon. And for all women's game, 2 decisive games in classical, Humpy lost, Pia lost, and Vaishali's game went in Armageddon where Vaishali beat Anna. So if I have to look at the standings over here, if I have to look at the standings for men's, Carlsen was on 13 points and he gets 1.5, so he moves to 14.5. Nakamura gets 1 point, so 13.5. Pragg gets 1, so 12. So Carlsen on 14.5, Naka on 13.5, Pragg on 12, Firouzja on 11, Caruana on 7.5. He was so he gets 1.5. 9 and Ding on 4.5. Oof, tough tournament for Ding, and important would be for women's, because in women's, if I look at the pairings, Anna was on 12, so she got 1 point today, so she moves to 13. Ju Wenjun beats Pia in classical game, an important victory where Ju Wenjun goes to, from 11.5, she goes to 14.5. So Ju Wenjun is the leader now. And Vaishali gets 1.5 points. So from 10, she moves to 11.5. So yeah, Muzichuk still remains on 13. Ju on 14.5, Muzichuk on 13, and Vaishali on 11. That is the pairing above. And late Tingjie beating Humpy also from 8.5 moves to 11.5. It's getting crazy. 3 points change the rhythm of the tournament in a big way. So that's something which, it's not in something which we can calculate what can happen. So it's amazing to see that up and downs. Balaji says Vaishali's win consoled a loss of Pragg. Yes. Oh, by the way, yes, I do have chessboard earrings gifted to me by my friend Ashwin and his daughter Anjana. It's nice. Okay, thank you guys for joining us. Tomorrow at 8:30, we are not going to meet because it's a rest day. But I don't know when the Uzbekistan tournament is starting. Vidit is playing there, and we might have something about it, but it would be in afternoon. I have to check. Too many things happening. I have to ask Sagar what's the plan, and accordingly we'll get back. But in general, I think tomorrow is the rest day for Norway Chess, and then we will be left with only 2 rounds, last 2 rounds on 6th and 7th, which would be epic. 7th June night, the tournament will end, and a long duration of commentary will end, but we will see each other. It was very nice today, enjoyed like anything. No motive. You do not need to pay us. You just have to write some interesting comments, maybe interesting question, anything. चलेगा. मिलते हैं फिर बाद में आराम से. For now, keep checking out the videos. Sagar commentates in the morning. puts up the video, very very nice ones. You can get to see the players there and a full game with commentary. So do enjoy that, share with your friends and spread chess. Good night.